Good morning, Randy.
Morning, Rex. How you doing?
Hey, TJ. Randy, can you hear me?
Yeah, TJ, we can hear you loud and clear.
Thanks. I'll mute. Morning, Terry.
Hey, good morning. How you doing?
Doing good.
And we're live.
I'd like to welcome you all this morning to the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council meeting for January 17th, 2022. Thank you for all getting online and being part of the meeting. I'm Rex Infanger. I'm the chairman and the warm water fisheries representative. I think I can't see anybody else. Oh, here we go. Rather than let me just read who's there. Rich, I don't know on being able to hear. Sorry. Randy, have you got any suggestions?
Yeah. Oh, sounds like he solved it. If you have any issues, Rich, I might have some suggestions. If anyone has issues, let me know.
I
will go down.
I apparently had my speakerphone off.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Thanks.
Brian Anderson. Brian, do you want to introduce yourself, or should Randy? Do you want me just to introduce who's here, and we'll go from there?
Either way.
I think
Yeah,
hi,
Brian Anderson here.
Good morning, Brian.
Hello.
Yeah,
Cal
you can go
Black.
down the list if you.
Calvin Black is our Southeast representative from the DWR. Clint Brunson, Northern representative from the DWR. Daniel Keller. Daniel, if you'd like to introduce yourself for a moment, that would be great.
Yeah, you bet. My name's Dan Keller. I am the new project leader at Lake Powell, and I'll also be involved with some of the fisheries work at Quail Creek, Sand Hollow, and some of the other blue ribbon fisheries in the southern region. So,
thank you very much for coming on. I'm looking forward to have the opportunity to get to work with you and be out in the field.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you. Dave Buchanan, our southern representative for the Blue Ribbon Council. Jordan Nielsen, Southeast representative. Is that correct, Jordan?
Yep, that's correct.
Appreciate it. Glad to have you on. Larry Finch, I think you're at large, aren't you, Larry?
I'm still at large from the sheriff, yes.
Okay. I noticed they'd taken down the posters in our post office.
Well, I paid a lot of money to get that ankle bracelet off, so.
Mike Fisher, one of our commercial representatives. Nick Braithwaite, our Southern Region DWR representative. Randy Opplinger, our leader and guide for the DWR. Ray Shebel is on. Ray, good morning. Great to have you here.
Hey, thanks. Great to be here.
Ray's one of our emeritus and is responsible for a lot of the streams and lakes that we have completely taken care of. So thank you very much for joining, Ray. It's just super.
Now, wait a minute. Don't blame me for that stuff.
You and Mike Fisher, get the posters down, right?
You bet.
Rich Lobovich. Rich is here. Good to have you here, Rich. Rich is, I think, still at large. Is that correct?
I thought I was assigned to the cold water fisheries, but
cold water. My apologies.
Either way.
Terry Hill at large, and Trent is on. We don't get to have you on very often, Trina. Thank you for being on this morning.
Can I just say something real fast, Rex? So
absolutely, Randy.
Paul Dremen get on as well. I think those of you looking at the agenda, at 1 o'clock, we're going to have a discussion a little bit about the future direction of Blue Ribbon. It's a very important discussion. I think you'll see probably as we get closer to 1 o'clock, so this afternoon, you may see a few more kind of the maybe past members, original members of Blue Ribbon hop on, and maybe a couple more from the division staff. I think there's a lot of interest in this conversation that we're going to have. So just kind of a heads up, there might be some additional people on today compared to what we traditionally have for a meeting.
That'll be great to have you on. Paul, it's good to have you join us. I'm sorry you're a little higher up on the alphabetical list and you came on after we started. So thank you for being here. I did not receive the
Okay, hold on just a second. Can you hear me?
Yes, Terry.
Okay, let me see. I can't hear you. I'm actually on another call. I'm on a meeting right now.
We can hear you, Terry.
So let me know. I can hang up and you can let me know later.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Well, that's a nice picture of you and Annette. So I didn't get the the minutes from the August meeting, Randy. So I'll just have to wait to get those from Lindy. And so I think we'll just go in and go ahead and start with the regional reports unless you have something else. Or Paul, if there's something that you'd like to address at the first of the meeting, please step in. I guess not. Nick and Dave, I will turn the time over to you.
All right, can you guys hear me all right? Okay, so yeah, I'll go ahead and do the regional update. So I guess the first thing, you already kind of got introduced to Dan Keller, who's basically taking over for Wayne Gustavson at Lake Powell. So those are some big shoes to fill, but Dan is the perfect person for that. He's been with the division probably almost 15 years now, I'd guess. And so a lot of us have got to work with Dan on other projects over the years, and he's really well respected, does a great job. So we feel very fortunate. I'm sure Calvin's a little sad, but the rest of us in this other region are pretty happy. And he mentioned, so obviously he's over Lake Powell, where he's the project manager there, but also that office is going to kind of take on those Washington County waters, so Sand Hollow, Gunlock, and Quail. And we've kind of been neglecting those. And so it's going to be great to have somebody working on those waters. And Dan's going to be hiring another biologist here in a month or so to help him. So if you knew George Bloomer, basically it'll be filling that position. So we'll have 2 biologists working on Lake Powell and the Washington County waters. So we're really excited about that. The next thing I wanted to talk about was just kind of a general update. So water has been a big issue. We're looking pretty good right now. We looked great a couple weeks ago, but we're still over 100% in most of our drainages. So that's looking good. We have decent ice at most our lakes. Fish Lake, you can get out and fish. It sounds like there's still kind of some areas you have to be careful on. Same with Otter Creek. Panguitch Lake has good ice. So there's good ice fishing right now. The next is I wanted to give a little update specifically on Fish Lake. I'll try sharing some images right now. So can you see that picture of Bowery Haven? So this is kind of a pre-picture. So this was before Stan did all the work on the marina there, and that's been completed since the last meeting. And so here's a picture Stan sent us of the finished product. So you can see, I mean, it's at least doubled the size of the marina, and there's just way more parking. You can see the boat ramp's been moved. The location of the boat ramp is going to make it a lot easier to launch and load boats. So I just wanted to share that. That's really exciting. That's been a lot of effort, especially on Stan's part. And then Blue Ribbon obviously supported that with a lot of funds. So we appreciate that. Another thing to mention with Fish Lake is we're not doing the perch tournament this year. We've had a couple questions. There were a few reasons that went into that. COVID was a little bit of a reason, but probably the biggest was that we have a cabin at Fish Lake, and we run that cabin to do a lot of the work that goes into holding that tournament. And that cabin's being rebuilt. It's not usable right now, so we wouldn't have that, and we need it. just for all the logistics that go into it. So no perch tournament this year. The last thing so we have one for Boulder Mountain. So if you remember in 2014, we did a and it's been 7 years now since that. So we've collected a lot of the data the last few years. We've implemented a lot of the projects that were called for in that management plan. So we're doing a big review of it and finding out what needs to be adjusted. And so we've pretty much got the same committee from last time and with a few additions. And Dave Buchanan's basically the blue ribbon representative on that committee. It just seemed to make most sense for Dave to be on there, where he lived and worked and fished in that area so much for so many years. And he's on blue ribbon now. And then Randy's kind of the going to be involved a little bit from the Salt Lake office. We'll have our first meeting on the 31st, so I'll keep you guys updated with how that's going. I don't see any major changes coming. We're mostly just going to be tweaking the plan, I think. And then another management plan we're working on is Navajo Lake. So Navajo Lake isn't blue ribbon water, but we've talked about it being a potential blue ribbon water. So I just wanted to give you guys an update that we're working on that management plan. And I'll let you know what comes out of it. We've only had one meeting for it, so just kind of some initial stages of ideas for the direction we're headed, but I'll keep you guys updated. And then I also wanted to give you a little bit of heads up on that Navajo Lake management plan. I'm sure one of the recommendations that comes out of it is to fix the dike, like we've talked about, the dike and the spillway. And in our last meeting, we talked about potential focal waters for blue ribbon, and Navajo Lake was mentioned. And it was kind of mentioned in the future, not necessarily this year, but we decided to put in a project to rebuild the spillway and dike for this coming year. So you'll hear that in March, that project proposal. And I just wanted to give you a heads up because that's a little different than what we talked about. And we decided to move up our timing on that because we're getting the impression that we could have an opportunity to go after some of the infrastructure money that's out there this year. And so we didn't want to miss that chance if there was a chance for that. So that's why we're throwing it out there. But we can talk more about that in the March meeting or a meeting where we go over projects. But really, that's all I had. I can answer any questions about our region if there are any.
Nick, this is Rex. I was wondering, have you been able to go up and see what has happened with putting those extra batteries onto the solar panels up? I was it Dead Lake? I apologize for not remembering which lake.
Yeah, so it was Dead Lake that we did that at. And we haven't been up there. We've talked about snowmobiling in. It's just such a remote lake. It's really up on the very top of Boulder Mountain. But what I'm hoping will happen is our wildlife guys will do flights. And in the past, we have a guy over there who will send us pictures. And from the flights, you can see whether or not it's running. There's enough open water that you can tell. So hopefully he can get me a picture soon. And really, it's kind of it'd be interesting to know right now, but there's not really much we could do at this point. It's either working or it's not. So, but I'll let you guys know at the next meeting if I have any more information on that.
And then Navajo's been rotenone, is that correct?
Yeah, so it had a rotenone treatment last fall. We thought we got a pretty good kill on the chubs. We were treating it to remove Utah chub, but we doubt we got all of them. It's been treated numerous times over the years, and rarely have they ever felt like they got a complete kill. The chubs have always come back. Our hope right now is kind of like was done at Strawberry and Panguitch Lake is we've done a rotenone treatment to knock them back enough that hopefully we can come in with a good enough predator population that we can sustain a fishery and not have to continue with rotenone treatments. So that's what the committee will be discussing and figuring out.
Are you thinking tiger muskie and wipers like Cal's done with Schofield?
Yeah, so those have definitely been suggested. We kind of ended our last meeting with coming up with goals for the fishery. So we've got the goals, and now we're working on kind of the strategies, how we're going to achieve those goals, and all those species you mentioned have been kind of floated. So we're right now, before the next meeting, we're going to do more research, so we can hopefully have some recommendations for which species might be the best.
Thank you. Any other questions for Nick at this time? Thank you very much, Nick. Appreciate it.
Sure.
Central region, I hadn't seen Chris Crockett come on, and Jackie decided to leave us, so that's kind of rude.
I do have an update. So Chris provided me one this morning. I think Chris is going to be on, but he can't get on until probably after lunch. So he sent me something. I'll just read what he sent. Just a few items worth mentioning. First off, the strawberry management plan draft is out for review to that management planning team. Our next meeting to discuss the second half of the draft is scheduled for February 9th at 9 a.m. We encourage all team members to try to make this meeting and or provide written comments. So I'll just kind of fill in a little what Chris is talking about here, but there is a management plan draft. We discussed probably half that draft at the last meeting. We got the second meeting on February 9th, but I guess the point is if anyone in this group is involved in that management planning team, we've kind of had poor attendance to the last meeting. It'd be really nice to get people kind of rallied up and get to that meeting. And again, that's just for the team members. The second point that Chris is making is the first Utah Lake Fisheries Management Advisory Council meeting is anticipated to take place sometime mid-February through mid-March, so sometime in that window. Right now, there's doodle pulled out to find the participants and the best date. Rex is on it, George Summers on it, and Jeremy Kearley were chosen to represent the angling public. If you'd like to invite them to give updates on the process and meeting, so that's down the road. So I'm sure Rex, you can kind of fill us in how that management plan team is going once that group starts getting together. And the last thing Chris put is that Chris himself is currently in a meeting with the U.S. Forest Service representatives discussing upcoming events and planning needs for strawberry, Chicken Creek effort, plan restoration of Diamond Fork in the fall, et cetera. He sends his regards, and hopefully he'll join the later half of today's meeting. So that's what Chris sent along. There's kind of an update from the region. A lot of planning stuff going on as well. It's kind of that time of year for a lot of planning efforts and report writing going on in the regions.
Randy, if I could, Chris sent out a meeting document with a whole lot of different dates on it toward the end of February and into March, and he's just trying to get everybody lined up for when we can do that initial meeting. So that's a really good thing. On the fisheries aspect of it, we've reached out to Jacob Holdaway already, who's doing the Walkera Way, to see what we can do to get a little bit better shoreline access. He's the one that's working with the cows down there on the edge of Utah Lake, and so far that looks very encouraging. That exactly what was happening up at the wildlife management area up there by Ogden, that putting the cows in, the Phragmites just get eaten. The cows really enjoy them. So that's what's being worked on right now. So there is a little bit of progress taking place there. And I just, as a personal note, I wrote a letter to Governor Cox, not under Blue Ribbon, but just as a citizen, and just said, we're putting all this money into the Great Salt Lake, and no matter what you do, the fishery's still going to be lousy there. Maybe you ought to look at Utah Lake. So if anybody else wants to chime in to Governor Cox and let him know that we might be a little better off trying to improve the fisheries in Utah Lake than Great Salt Lake, feel free to do it. It's easy to contact him. So. Anyone else? Any questions for Central Region? Randy, do we know if Chris is planning on having Blue Ribbon participate in anything on that Diamond Fork restoration?
I don't know, but I think probably not. There's already a pretty established team for that effort, and I think a lot of it's dealing with other partners, so the Forest Service and other groups that have some kind of stake in that. So I suspect we'll hear updates from them, but I think really that effort is kind of, I don't know, a multi-agency kind of effort involving more than the Division of Wildlife, but other agencies like, again, the Forest Service and some of their efforts there.
All right. Thank you. If there's no more questions, Northern Region, I'm guessing, Trina, that you've got the lead on that one, since I think Natalie had another meeting with starvation is what I'd heard already.
Yeah, so I don't have a ton to update you on. It is kind of our work planning season. We don't have a ton going on, but just to let everyone know, Skylar and Natalie have made huge progress on the starvation bioenergetics report. The three of us got together and talked about that report. And we've got just some really incredible, really great information on mainly on smallmouth, walleye, and rainbows in the system. And it's going to give us a lot of really good information to move forward with the management there and really hone that water. There were some kind of nice surprises. The smallmouth bass population's doing really quite well. People have over the years kind of been concerned about the overall size there, but when you look at the growth through this study and also just the stock densities, we're really right on par with other smallmouth bass waters in at the same or similar latitude. And so the population there is not diet limited. It's not habitat limited necessarily. It is just temperature limiting. So smallmouth, we felt really comfortable with. Walleye, there's, I guess we could probably share the report with this group if anyone's interested when it's actually completed. But walleye, it's not a huge surprise there. They're definitely forage limited and they eat a ton. And just confirming that was, it was just nice to confirm that. And then also just seeing the dip in growth for the age 3 fish, the growth rate. So, and those are the fish that we've asked people to harvest. So it was kind of nice to see that line up, even without the intensive data, in previous years. So it just kind of confirmed what we knew. What we knew needed to happen. We need more harvest on those smaller fish so we can, because fish are just stacking up at that size and competing too much, and it is affecting their growth rate at that age. So if we could get harvest on those fish, we'll just have better growth throughout the entire lifespan. So just wanted to mention that. And like I said, we can send that report to this group if you guys are interested once that's completed. And then I also just wanted to mention, just because it's something I was kind of working on this morning, was just our rotenone treatments for the upcoming year. We will be completing phase 3 of the North Slope treatment, which moves us into the West Fork Carter again. So it'll be the second year for the West Fork Carter. And then the big one is our high Uinta wilderness treatment. So we're going to start that this year. That'll happen, if all goes well, the first week of August, and we'll be starting in the O-Weep drainage. So kind of a big deal. We're going to be working really hard on just the planning and logistics for that. And I will definitely update everyone once we've completed it. So that was all I wanted to mention. Any questions?
Which drainage did you say you would be working in on the rotenone?
The O-Weep drainage, that's in the upper Lake Fork.
Okay. And then just so I spoke to Natalie, and you have 45 minutes in the February meeting to go over the starvation bioenergetics. It's already on the schedule for February. So
that's great. You guys are going to love it. It's really cool information. They did a great job. Are
you considering a slot limit on walleyes where anything under 12 inches or 13 inches, like double the limit? I mean, kind of a reverse slot limit thing?
What we've talked about so far, and Skylar was going to kind of tweak some of the numbers, and then we're going to get together and talk about it and just see how things change with different sizes. But what we talked about was a protective slot, so we would not allow harvest between certain sizes. So just as an example, this is not finalized. 16 to 21 inches. So no harvest on 16 to 21 inch fish, But so that would encourage harvest on those smaller fish because that's what people could harvest. And then we would probably, not sure what that upper limit would be, but keep with similar to the statewide, just keep a 1 over. So like I said, not sure what that upper limit would be, but it would be, I think a 22-inch fish and starvation is getting up to be like 9, 10 years old, so there's just not that many in there. So I think they're worth protecting. So we might drop that upper size limit from the statewide but it's just going to be dependent on the data and the modeling that Skylar is going to be doing and what happens if you have a 15 to 20 or 16 to 21 or, where do we get the most harvest on the smaller fish and free up those resources, right? And that, of course, assumes that our anglers step up and help us out and actually do start harvesting. But I think you have to assume that, right? And we saw a lot of harvest this summer. People were really knocking back the walleye. They were just mostly in the kind of 15 to 19-inch range. So it's not exactly what we need. So anyway, long story short, yes, we're thinking about it.
I just wondered what you were doing. I know walleye's one fish that if I tell my wife I'm going out for it, she says, don't let the door hit your behind on the way out, because she's all for walleyes. And I have to admit, if I could harvest a few more, even if they were 12, 14 inchers, that might motivate me. If I can't take the big ones, how about if I, kind of, because I mean, a 12-inch walleye has about the same fillet as a 10-inch perch, unfortunately. So not really, but you know what I'm saying. So
I do know what you're saying. Yeah. So that we talked about allowing harvest up to 15 inches, or what about up to 16 inches? Because we know that, you're more likely to get that, get harvest on those larger fish. They're just easier to fillet. They're better fillets. So we'll just see what the numbers say, and we'll see how it goes. We did see people harvesting 11, 12, and 13-inch fish last summer. It just wasn't as many, of course. So.
Well, thank you very much. It's good to have you on with us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Clint, if you're on, I think the northern region's up. Randy, you may have a fair amount of time today to do the discussion. So,
Hey guys. So kind of like the other regions, we're kind of busy cramming and getting our reports and all those kinds of things in. So most of our rivers are frozen. We've had some good cold weather finally, and probably solidified most of the stuff that guys would be wanting to fish. And with flows being low because they're holding back water and trying to fill reservoirs, 10 degrees on the river is pretty tough, ice and islets and things. So there's not a lot happening on the river. I don't have any projects or anything going on the Weber right now. So that's kind of quiet at this point. So I'll give a couple of updates on a couple of reservoirs, and then kind of open it up to you guys for any questions. So first, Bear Lake, the Cisco Disco, I believe, is this weekend. In fact, most of the activities start tomorrow. And I was actually going to be on the lake today with Scott, trying to get their 100-fish sample for his biological assessment. He tries to make a females and males, that ratio, and then he does lengths and weights and kind of gets his kind of a yearly curve, if you will, of the status of those fish that are coming in to spawn every year. So, but I had other things besides this that I had to attend to this morning. So that's going on. The run, as of like last Sunday, somebody had finally caught a Cisco, but it may be too late for the disco this year. The lake has ice, in places that's just floating around, but it's not frozen along the shore. And that may be of some concern for those that want to catch Cisco. It makes it a lot tougher for those that want to do it from shore. You have to wait out and dip net. And sometimes it's just super difficult to do. Boat guys kind of struggle getting those numbers as well. So there's ice chunks on there, but it didn't freeze. Scotty's hoping that maybe with this cold spell that's supposed to come, if he gets a couple of calm nights, maybe he'll get some ice on it. And not that it has been like tested in Utah, but there has been some research that shows that certain species of fish do better. Their spawns are more productive under a sheet of ice. Some of the Midwest areas pull off a better spawn for walleyes or perch under ice than they do in open water. That could be to sedimentation over eggs or wave action, keeping the water super cold or whatever. So Scott has shown us, he's got about a 20-year cycle of decline on Cisco and Bear Lake, probably coinciding with his growing population of wild cutthroats. But if that holds true as far as circulation of water and keeping that cold, it may be too cold for those Cisco to survive in the egg. Mother Nature's being kind of mean at this point, because we haven't froze in the last 10 years, to my knowledge, at Bear Lake. So that's something that we were trying to watch and see. And Scotty's got his hydroacoustics done, but he hasn't got everything analyzed and finalized from this past summer's hydroacoustics. I'll go into Lost Creek. I think we're going to probably be sampling that this spring, if my memory serves me right. There'll be not this weekend, but next weekend, a slot buster tournament at East Canyon and at Lost Creek. So East Canyon will be Saturday, Lost Creek will be Sunday. They're going to have everybody divide into groups, and then we'll split up and have officers and at least a biologist to do lengths and weights for the tournament at both of those places. I had heard of lots of chubs, so I went and fished it this fall. I don't know, maybe somebody else is fishing different than I am, but I didn't catch any chubs. I caught a 21-inch rainbow, a couple of 20-inch cutties. Everything I caught was above 14 inches, so I couldn't complain the day that I had, despite the fact that my boat didn't work and allow me to go where I wanted. So Lost Creek, in my mind, still sitting right there. The fish are there. I haven't heard any news on East Canyon other than it's froze. I don't know how all that's working this year. Haven't heard anything from Haramoto either. But Chris and I discussed yesterday, we need to get the 5-year MOU in place with state parks now. Since Lost Creek's a state park, we need to go back down that road and make sure that we have everything taken care of to continue to have access and everything there. Just a quick deal on Willard. Last week, Cody and I put in a little structure and hung a couple of temp loggers in preparation for this year's walleye spawn to get water temps prior and during and after the spawn, so we can hopefully better target temperatures of that FES wanted us to target for peak spawn. So we did that last week. 3 inches of ice. It's crystal clear, super spooky. It cracks under every step. Good reason for me to lose a little extra weight. But if I showed you the setup, you'd laugh, because we were about 150 yards offshore. I have a rope tethered to me back to a great big rock on the shore, and Cody was ready to pull and run as if I went through. So, but we got it set offshore far enough that anglers couldn't cast to it. And it should be a big enough structure that they shouldn't hang up too many lures on it. Like I said, it should only be in until from now until April. maybe the middle or end of April, and then we'll go and pull that and get those loggers out. And then Pineview's still way down. It's a long walk to the ice. I went up testing a couple of fish finders on Monday. Fishing was really, really slow. But it's pretty incredible. I mean, the water's slowly coming up, but it's so far down. Like there's places that I was fishing with 13 or 14 or 15 feet of water on top of, and those structures are 6 or 8 feet out of the water still. So it'd be really interesting to see how water affects. My understanding is Weber Basin is the lowest in the state for snowpack. And so we're kind of hurting. We get a little bit of snow here on the front, but the backside hasn't been receiving much for that. And we are still planning on doing some habitat on most likely either Rockport or Echo, and then Pineview this spring for young a year perch and crappies, as we have in the last 4 years. So I get some days, I'll let the council know, and if you want to come out and help put in some structures. We're talking about, since we had that discussion in our last meeting of some focal waters, we put about $15,000 worth of structures in between 2 reservoirs every year. Sorno put in that rock reef in 2016. It was close to about $127,000 that he put in for rock. Most of that was equipment and mobilization costs. And so Chris and I we were discussing whether it'd be beneficial to have a focal water like Willard and do like $150,000 of just these, fish hiding, moss back and ponking structures, and cover a larger area, and take the boat ramp for 2 weeks and have angler groups and volunteers help us assemble and distribute those into a 4 or 5 football field section. Again, maybe close enough that kayakers and people that wanted to take little boats, they could get out and fish some of that stuff closer to shore, kind of like he did the small rock pile. But that may be a couple of years out, but it was just a thought that we had for Willard in particular, and maybe continue that on to a couple other blue ribbon waters like Pineview, and see if we can make a big impact and cover a lot of ground and get a lot of structure on the bottom that's not going to move, and level out our boom and bust of perch and crappies depending on water and water levels. So those fish that spawn and do so effectively, at least their young, would be protected for a year from predation from a larger age class of perch or crappies. So but that's all I have. So any questions I'll take.
Anyone have any questions for Clint? I had one. How did the spawn go on the Bear Lake Whitefish this year? Seems like last year when I went up with Scotty, it was a little bit spread out. If that's a correct term for it, Clint, I don't know how else to describe it. It certainly wasn't as concentrated as it had been. So I just wondered, what are we looking at up there, and is it an area of concern?
I don't think it's an area of concern. Sounded like it was pretty similar to last year. Some guys, would fish on a Monday and not catch anything. They go back Tuesday and, catch 2 or 3. And then Wednesday was a really good day. And then, nothing for the next, it was really kind of one of those things that went up and down. Some of that may be the fact that, when you go up and drive around Bear Lake, I've never seen it this low. And the stuff that he had fished 2 or 3 years ago is now out of the water. Those little shelves and flats that those whitefish would pull in on in 5 or 6 feet of water have a foot or 2 feet, and they must not feel safe enough to go into that. And yet to my eyes, it doesn't look any different than anywhere else, but there's a reason that they're there. And I don't know if there's something that we can duplicate a little bit deeper to help or not, but it sounded like it was still pretty spotty this year. They did pull off a good spawn, but I think it was just depending on days and weather, whatever. It just didn't seem like it was, all out for 4 or 5 days straight and then was done. It sounded like it was up and down for about 2 weeks. So nothing really like super solid that happened. And I didn't get up there. I wanted to, but I spent most of December and November and December sick. So I didn't get up there and do much playing. So.
Are you doing better now? Are you recovering?
Yeah, if you hear me cough, you wouldn't think that I'm recovered, but it sounds like I've made some poor choices in my life and used some chemicals that I shouldn't have or something. But we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. This week's lot's better than last week, so back to work this week anyways. So
good to hear.
But yeah, I will say, and it doesn't pertain necessarily to the council, but we are going to start doing an age and growth study on perch in Rockport this year, trying to collect otoliths, fin rays, and or opercles from 100, at least 10 fish per every 10 millimeter slot that we can through the ice. Thought being that maybe we can back calculate when we started using Magnum rainbows in some of these bodies of water and see if that's had a positive effect on perch. Since we've introduced and started using 12-inch rainbows as our stock versus the 8-inchers, we've kind of had a pretty steady age class of, 9, 10, 11-inch perch at Rockport. And that may coincide with some of the research that Chris and Cody had found about stocking fewer but bigger fish. We haven't heard anything bad from the anglers that they're, not catching really nice rainbows, because they are. They're, by the time they get this time of year under the ice, they're 16, 17, 18 inches. They're definitely not starvation steelies, but they're pretty darn nice. And Chris told me yesterday that's about a fourth of the number of fish, but pound wise, we're way above what we would stock, or pretty close to what we would stock with the 8-inchers. And maybe with 75% fewer mouths eating young year perch, we're having better age class survival and succession. So that's kind of preliminary, but we wanted to see if we could back calculate some of that information. And Rockport has, received some of these habitat structures in the last couple of years, and these Magnum trout. So we're headed down that road, and when we, get a couple of years, I'll present something to the council and let you see what we're finding, because it'll be kind of cool to see if that's one of the changes we can make to make our perch fishing better in the region. I think that's something that we'll continue to do throughout the region. So anyways, I just thought I'd pass that on.
One more question, Clint. Do you have anything that got warm enough this summer that you're afraid when it ices over and then we lose the ice that we'll have 2 or 3 days of going anoxic?
No, I mean, when you look at reservoirs, the reservoirs that got lowest were probably Echo and Pine View. We had that little die-off of young year gizzard shad all the way around Willard this year. Cody and I went and walked it, and we lost probably the 4th or 5th spawn of shad. I just think they were pushed into 80-degree water, or they stayed in 80-degree water, which probably doesn't have a high oxygen concentration. In fact, we were at 1 or 2 parts per million when we were doing oxygen sample in the South Marina and along the South Beach and West Shores. But when things come back on in the spring. Man-away got down to what it always has. It seems like when it gets really low, I don't think there's going to be any issue there. We may have some isolated stuff in man-away like we've had a few years ago. We lost, ice came off and there was a few dead perch, but those could be dead perch that have been sitting under the ice that somebody had lost or, broke off or whatever too. Pineview and Echo would be the concerns, and I don't think there's a big concern. Chris Penny and I talked about this, and I know I talked to Crockett a little bit about it. Yuba gets drawn down to 2 or 3%. It seems like in these really bad years, and they don't have a fish loss. Echo got down to 8%. Pineview got down to 13 or 14% the capacity. So, we got low, but I don't think we're going to get to a point where when it turns over in the springtime that we should lose anything. At least right now, maybe something in Rich County that I didn't get to look at before things got froze. Maybe something like that, but I really doubt that even Birch Creek or Woodruff Creek would be in that place because they started filling. They hit their conservation pools, shut off irrigation, and started filling in July and August. So they're higher come September than they were in the end of June. So I think some of those are even better off than not. Maybe some really high elevation stuff, Washington trial, we always have some winter kill in those, and maybe that would be a little bit more severe this year, but I don't know. I don't think there's anything that we're super concerned about right now.
Thank you, Clint.
Yeah.
Anybody else have questions for Clint? Cal and Jordan. Jordan, have you got the leaders? Cal got it.
Texting with Cal, he said he had a few things he wanted to talk about this morning, and then if you want, I can talk about Lower Fish Creek.
Sounds good. I'll just start off on some of the issues or concerns we had this year, and mostly it's just water levels and going from the fall into the winter. A lot of our reservoirs, of course, are super low, but we don't anticipate any die-offs or anything like that. I think we hit our conservation pools on a lot of our waters, and we should be okay. But some of our blue ribbon waters are definitely going to be impacted. Duck Fork got so low that it quit outflowing through the dam, and so the Farron Creek below Duck Fork has dried up for a good couple miles because of just how low that reservoir's gotten. We don't think we'll lose any fish, but it's definitely going to be something to look at this spring when we can get in there and start looking at ice off. Huntington Reservoir got down to 35% or 30% capacity. And of course, the boat ramp is out of water, and it has been for almost a year and a half now. So coming this spring, we'll probably see it still that low, but anglers were still catching fish. We've seen it get down to this low before, and I think our tiger numbers will be okay. And Joe's Valley also, again, they took it down to, I think 32% is the lowest I saw, and that's the lowest I've seen and I've heard recorded in about 30 years. Dan may actually know more about that if he's ever seen it any lower than that. But the boat ramp has been closed since August, late July up there, and it's I don't think it's going to impact our fishery or anything like that, but it's just going to impact access. So just be aware when spring rolls around, some of these waters down here, it may be June, July before you can launch watercraft until the water comes back up on the boat ramp. So definitely a difficulty for folks going to be out on watercraft. So we started a krill survey on Schofield Reservoir.
Cal, I'm just wondering on Duck Fork. That's about the greenest I've ever seen it. Both Terry and I were down there together, and wow, I thought we were a Green Lake instead of a Duck Fork, if that makes sense to you.
Yeah, we had a lot of vegetation growth in there this year. It gets a lot of growth, but we dropped about almost 4 feet of water in elevation up there this year. So it was just more visible. we didn't, I was up there first week in November. We still had fish swimming around. Things were doing good. We actually increased our flow going into Duck Fork. That spring started putting out a little more water in October, November than during the summer. So I think we'll be okay. But again, it's something we're going to have to watch. And hopefully if the snowpack continues, we'll fill it up and be okay this year. So
Thank you.
Yep. Schofield, we started a year-long krill survey this month up there. I've done 3 or 4 shifts already this month. A lot of use. Between this weekend on Saturday, Sunday, there were over 600 anglers on Schofield. A lot of activity, a lot of anglers, a lot of first-time ice anglers and first-time Schofield ice anglers that I interviewed. So really neat to see a lot of people out and about on the reservoir. And so we'll be doing this all year. And at the next year, we'll have a report to come out of it. But catch rate's been kind of slow, and it's just kind of been dependent on where you're fishing. Everybody's been fishing in the easy, accessible areas and not being able to catch anything or get much bites. But if you venture out, guys are catching 30, 40 fish in a couple hours. So key up there right now is to get away from the crowds, and you'll have a good day. So and then lastly, we have 2 projects that we're going to be proposing this year from the region. One of them is a research project on Huntington Creek, where we just don't have the personnel or the time to do a full drainage wide habitat survey. So we're looking for some funding to hire a contractor or a consulting firm to do some surveys for us and come up with some answers to some questions we have that we just don't have the manpower or the time for this year or the next few years. And then we're also working with Blanding City on another phase of our recapture project down there, and looking at doing some engineered drawings for a new boat ramp and boat launch parking lot and area. The city just hired a contractor to develop a recreation plan. This is for the entire city, but it also includes recapture and landing number 4. They've invited me to be on the council of with the city to discuss items that need to be done or looked at for the water, so for blending number 4 and recapture. So I'm excited because it's not very often we get invited to the table to discuss upgrades and improvement, and the city's going to be helping pay for some of that. So pretty neat project that you guys will hear next in a couple months. So that's all I really had.
Is that going to be on the city side or the highway side, that new boat ramp, Cal?
It would be on the Blanding side.
Okay. Coming in that back road, right?
Yeah. Yep. It would be the same, redoing the asphalt or taking that asphalt out and doing an actual concrete boat ramp there and widening it. That's the idea right now. But the proposal is to look at all aspects of maybe doing a hand launch area on the east side or the Monticello side, developing, new bathrooms, better parking, some fishing points or better access for, shore anglers, stuff like that. So we're looking at all possibilities with this recreation plan.
This is a nice area, a beautiful area, and some kind of unique fishing opportunities. So yeah, especially with the northern. So that's nice.
Yes. And like I said, we're going to do the same thing for blinding number 4. Blue Ribbon paid for the boat ramp and some of the fishing points down there on blinding number 4 years ago. And also I think one of the restrooms. And so we're going to reevaluate whatever their, infrastructure needs are for blinding number 4 as a kind of a package down there. So.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for Cal? Jordan? Let's turn it over. Lower Fish Creek, what have we got happening there?
So Not as much as I would like to be happening, but just a quick review. We leased 3.5 CFS winter water right there. For the last probably decade or longer, they've been completely closing the gates during the winter, which really limits our ability to produce the high quality blue ribbon brown trout fishery that we've had in the past. So that 3.5 CFS is actually really helpful. There's cavitation damage on the gate, so we can get some of that flow through that cavitation damage. In the past couple of years, as I've been working on this in-stream flow lease, we've been able to get 2 CFS at a time. But the head pressure behind the gate is not as high this year because the reservoir is so low. So we've only been getting about 3/4 of a CFS. I have volume delivery obligations to people that are funding the lease. And so I've been working with the river commissioner to do pulse releases to get the volumes that we require. Ecologically, it doesn't help us at all, but it's paving the path with the water users there to be able to continue to have in-stream flows, and they're perfectly willing to work with us to get the volumes we need. I've got engineering to 90% design on putting in the low flow gate on the dam, so we don't have to rely on the head pressure pushing water through cavitation damage on the normal gate. And so I've actually got a proposal in that it's a big proposal for all of the upper price watershed, but a piece of it is to fund that low flow gate. It's going to cost about $45,000, and we'll be able to consistently release the full 3.5 CFS throughout the winter. And BOR's already reviewed it. They've already given us clearance to go ahead and basically punch a new 8-inch hole in the dam and put a gate on it. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening with Lower Fish Creek right now. Path forward, it's not a perfect straight line path like we'd like it to be. Right, at least 3.5 CFS and just have it go. But we're getting there.
Well, that's sorry. Go ahead, Mickey.
Hey, so hey, Jordan, is there any hope of getting access again in that first short stretch right below the dam?
So the short stretch right below the dam, you have access.
Yeah,
but once you run into private land, yeah, they've closed that off. I don't know how close they're monitoring it, but something happened between the division and the owner of that CWMU there, and they got upset and don't want to let people through there. So that's a good question for the division folks. I don't right now. It doesn't look real promising, but who knows what the future brings.
Blue ribbon money sometimes has access money. Is that something that we could buy and access through Blue Ribbon, or is that something that wouldn't qualify?
That's a good question. I don't know.
All right.
Calvin, what are your thoughts on interacting with that landowner? I mean, so far it's been pretty negative, the interactions.
Yeah, we have a negative relationship with the CWMU operator. He's the one who is not the actual owner, it's the operator. And we've brought it up with our wildlife section. They're the ones who control the boundary for the CWMU. And we're just trying to work through them to have them maybe push it back to the river's edge, the CWMU boundary. But that's been kind of a battle too, just that CWMU operator has the right to go all the way to their property boundary, even though technically I don't think you'll ever see an elk in that little quarter of the river right there. I know Bert, was talked about different ways that the Stream Coalition folks could, get involved and push it. That would, go through our Attorney General's office and folks like that. So we're working on internally to work with our wildlife folks and law enforcement guys to get access again. But it's a difficult relationship with the CWMU.
Well, thank you for your work.
Yeah. So I would never promote trespassing. But this winter, I've seen a lot of duck hunters go down through there shooting ducks, and I still see a lot of anglers going through there. So while there's a negative relationship with the division, I don't know if they're enforcing no trespassing or not. So
if I could, I would talk to Bert last week, and there's actually a bill in the legislature that they're trying to extend what we've got on the Upper Weaver River, where we have the access. I think you were in on that meeting too, Jordan. That try to extend that to any commercially used water in the state of Utah to the high water mark, the regular high water, not the extreme high water. The problem is that we've got dams and stuff on there, so that historical high water mark has kind of been lost a little bit. But if this bill that goes through the legislature, and it does have a number on it now, it will allow on any stream that had commercial use, it would apply to that stream. And so we may be able to do something with that, Cal, if that goes through. But since it's taken Bert 6 years to get to this first bill going through, it may still be, as he said, not in my lifetime. So unfortunately.
It's House Bill 129.
Oh, thank you, Mickey.
You can talk to about it.
And we're going to look at it a different approach and try to look at walk-in access and see if those landowners up there would be willing to go back into, part of their property into walk-in access for fishing only. The CWMU basically just doesn't want anybody parking there and going up elk hunting, crossing the river and getting up into the state and BLM property. So it's nothing against the anglers. It's been mostly for the elk and deer hunters in the fall. And so we just, the anglers and fishing have been the ones who got impacted the most by it. So we are looking at other options. I know walk-in access have changed a bunch of their rules and stuff, and and are, trying to do some new things. And so that's something else we're looking at, is seeing if we can even just get a walk-in access through the properties to get down through for fishing again. So we're looking at all aspects and sides of this approach, or trying to go after it. But right now, our hands are still a little tied.
And Mickey, to address your yes, access is part of the Blue Ribbon. There are some. We're actually tasked with that. Randy will be, I think, addressing that this afternoon to some extent. I did have a question, Jordan, on Clear Creek and maybe what was happening there up above up above Schofield.
You mean Mud Creek?
Or Mud Creek, excuse me. Yeah, with the phosphorus.
Yeah. So that's part of that big upper price watershed proposal that the dam modification is in as well. So I have an EPA 319 grant. I have to match that grant. And so we've proposed that to WRI and Habitat Council. And I've hired a contractor. River Restoration is going to work on that with us and do the design work. We don't want to do the design work ourselves, even though we could, because we want to reduce liability, because that flows right into the town of Schofield. So we want to reduce the liability of flooding people's homes. So we're underway with the work and seeking the other piece of funding that is necessary to make that federal funding work.
And I think they're going to start pumping water down winter quarters this spring. Is that correct too?
They were already pumping some down last year, and I was out there on it. It's hardly even noticeable. So if they're going to increase that, and you hear anything, Calvin, let me know, and I'll. Okay,
yeah, we've heard rumors, and so I'll talk to you about that. So, and I should also mention they're looking at pumping additional water into Electric Lake starting next year. Also, they've got the pipeline put in there at the upper Huntington Creek, right at the high water mark. They could potentially be putting 20 CFS of water into Electric Lake once they start pumping here next spring. The mine will be digging underneath the Electric and Boulder Reservoir next year, and so they've got a lot of groundwater seepage into the mine shafts that they're cleaning and then pumping back into electric. So you may start seeing a lot of higher flow in a section of the river there above Electric Lake this year.
If we have some of that during the winter, it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that. Randy, I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed with this at this point, because we're definitely a long ways early. But I think with my concern is if we have personnel coming on at 1 o'clock, that we perhaps, even though I don't like a really long lunch break, it ties up the day, but perhaps we ought to wait until 1 o'clock to move forward with the discussion. But I'll follow whatever lead you'd like, sir.
No, I like that, Lee. I do kind of want to make this discussion time sensitive at 1 o'clock. We do on the agenda, and there's not going to be a lot here, but talk about the Blue Ribbon schedule and any new business. Maybe there's some things we could front load right now and kind of knock those off the agenda. Granted, I'm sure it'll only take a few minutes, and then we don't have to worry about that later. It frees up maybe a little more time for discussion for 1 o'clock. So I'll throw that out there as a suggestion, is at least just move those things forward and get them done, and then we could go for lunch and reconvene at 1 and have kind of the future discussion.
New business. I think I was kind of going to wait till after we got through with the discussion, but we can bring that up. It's on the schedule for the February meeting, if that's all right with everybody. The February meeting's the 17th. It's with any luck will be in person, but I'm not sure exactly with what we're up facing right now. And then theoretically, we're scheduled for the March. I think during that 17th meeting, I don't think you'll have all the projects that we can look at, but certainly, Randy, if you could, generally what Randy does is the projects in March, we meet with the Wildlife Council and look at how we want to fund different projects that are coming on. Randy generally has a really good spreadsheet, and you just click on your name. You can read everything. You can drill down through them and get a lot of information, and just see how you feel about different projects that are coming forward from the division. We heard Clint say that he's got a couple of projects. I'm sure that Cal will have everybody's got some. Nick mentioned some. So our March meeting, that one tentatively is scheduled for the 17th. That being said, we get to meet with the Wildlife Board, not have to, but have the opportunity to meet with them. And sometimes that schedule gets moved around a little bit. And I don't know, Randy, if you've heard anything on that, or are we still sort of trying for that third Thursday?
No, we are not. So I do have an update. Yesterday, Habitat Council approached us with a date of March 23rd. That's a Wednesday. So that's the Wednesday after our traditional third Thursday meeting date. But they wanted to see if that was okay with us. So I did want to bring that forward today, see if anyone has any concerns at that date. I know it's outside our normal schedule, but we got to work with a separate council as well on finding a date.
I'm all for that. There's the Colorado River Authority Board meeting that's that day, so I'd be trying to be attending that as well. So
okay, I'm going to go ahead and accept that invitation for the 23rd, and we'll plan on that. That meeting, I think it might even start at 9, so it might be a little different time frame as well, 9 to 3, 9 to 4, or something like that. Rex is absolutely right. Kind of the February meeting. A couple ideas here. First off, I will have a list of projects. I'll go over the projects during that meeting so people are ready for the March meeting. Some of you have never participated in one of these March meetings before. It's a little bit different meeting than we traditionally do. I'm also going to ask the regions, and we got some of this today, but maybe present during your regional updates just a real quick overview of the projects you propose there. I'm not saying a lot here, but just 10 10, 20-second kind of overview of each project you're proposing, just to kind of grease the skids a little bit and help Blue Ribbon understand kind of what's coming down the pipeline. The other thing, and this kind of starts diving into the afternoon stuff a little bit, but I'm going to ask Blue Ribbon this too, probably during our April meeting, to spend a little more time debriefing the division regarding kind of the views of the council on projects, looking for recommendations and stuff like that. But we could talk about that a little bit more this afternoon, because it does kind of get into the afternoon stuff a little bit. But I think beyond that, that's kind of what's coming down the pipeline, and that's the I guess scoop on the next couple of meetings, which are a little bit different meetings. Again, we start getting ready for the project review meeting for March next month, and then we got that big project review meeting on March 23rd again.
Well, and we do have the presentation on starvation and what's happening there that Trina and her group are presenting. So we have that one in our February meeting. So we'll stay busy with our February meeting. TJ's he's gonna take the lead on that one. I won't be available for that one. So I think what we'll do then, unless somebody has an objection, we really do need to have the division folks on for this afternoon's discussion. I think we'll take a long lunch break and then just plan on coming back on at 1 o'clock. And unless somebody has a real objection to that. So just come on at 1 o'clock, and we'll have some division people here with us, and we'll go into this discussion that Randy's going to lead. Is there any other new business or anything that needs to come forward for the next February, March, April meetings that we need to get on the schedule at this time?
I'm just curious on the Provo River survey, when we went down there and helped the division do the electroshocking. Have we got reports on that yet?
I haven't seen a report on that yet, TJ, but I will get with the Central Region and see if they've got that data analyzed yet, and if there's anything they can maybe bring up. It's kind of an update next meeting.
Okay, that's great.
All right, oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say probably something very similar to what you're going to say, Rex, but I apologize for the inconvenience of having this long break. Luckily, people are working from home, so I think that maybe makes it a little bit easier to grab a longer lunch than if you're being in the office for an in-person meeting. But I appreciate that flexibility. Like Rex said, we've got a few other people who are very interested in this 1 o'clock discussion. I want to make sure that we have them on so we don't have to maybe rediscuss things twice. So.
All right, so for right now, we'll shut the meeting down. It's still the same link at 1 o'clock, right, Randy?
That is right.
All right, we will see you all back here at 1 o'clock, and thank you very much. Fisheries Advisory Council meeting on January 17th, 2022. Excuse me, got the wrong date. January 20th, 17th is in February. This afternoon, Randy Opplinger will be leading the discussion. And unless there's any questions from this morning meeting, we will turn the time over to you, Randy.
Okay, thanks a bunch, Rex. I think we have a very similar group of people in the afternoon session that we had during the morning session. There are a couple of new people on here, though. I'm just going to quickly run through who I see as being new people on here, just in terms of doing introductions. If I miss anyone when I'm done here, just chime in. But first one I see is Drew Cushing, who's the Aquatic Section Chief for the Division of Wildlife Resources. He's hopped on for the afternoon. We have Craig Walker on, who's the Assistant Chief of the Sport Fish Program for the Division of Wildlife Resources. He's also hopped on. I saw George Sommer hop on, who's a past member of Blue Ribbon. And then I think earlier we missed Carrie Ellsworth, who I think she got on maybe right after we did introductions, but she's here this afternoon as well. Did I miss anyone else?
Hi, Randy. This is Chris Crockett with Central Region. I'm on.
Perfect. Thanks, Chris. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get this party going here. I'm going to present my screen. I'm going to spend a little time kind of setting up kind of where we're going here with a conversation that we would like to have. Get this going here. And then I've got the perpetual problem. I think a lot of people have this, that when I start talking and I'm doing this screen share, I can't see anyone. So if people have questions or anything, just interrupt me and let me know so I could address things. But anyway, what we would like to do this afternoon, I'm going to spend a little time kind of setting this up, and some of the rationale behind it is have a discussion about the future of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. So where I kind of want to start, I just want to talk a little bit about what is this all about. So the Blue Ribbon program has been around for getting pretty close to 20 years now, and it's really been a valuable asset over those couple decades for the Division of Wildlife Resources. Originally, kind of the executive order coming from the governor for the Blue Ribbon program was to use Blue Ribbon as kind of a vehicle to help promote fishing as a driver of rural economies here in Utah. What we kind of feel like is Blue Ribbon has really successfully accomplished that. And we've kind of got to a point where there's probably little else that we can do from a fishing perspective to help kind of uplift and provide benefit for rural parts of the state. So we think that maybe Blue Ribbon has kind of served that purpose, and we feel that maybe it's a good time to sit down and reevaluate the Blue Ribbon program and decide whether it's time for us to maybe consider a new focus and kind of direction for Blue Ribbon. So this isn't about dissolving Blue Ribbon or anything like that. This is really about us just ensuring that Blue Ribbon remains relevant into the future as the times change. And then I know Rex says this all the time, but each Blue Ribbon member represents, I forgot the exact number, but 35 or 40,000 different anglers in the state. This is about basically Blue Ribbon members making sure that your voice is providing the maximum benefit for Utah's anglers as possible. So we're looking at making sure that we're running an efficient program, and the things that we're talking about, the things that we're accomplishing in Blue Ribbon are really providing the maximum benefit for our anglers in the state. And that's what this discussion is really all about. So anyway, kind of my game plan for today is, I think most of you are aware, late November, I sent out a survey, kind of getting people's opinions about Blue Ribbon and kind of how we're doing. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time discussing the results of that survey. I think what those results do is they really help us see what are the strengths of our Blue Ribbon program and what our weaknesses are of the Blue Ribbon program. So we'll kind of have those strengths and weaknesses in mind after I get done with this presentation I'm working on right now. And then after that, I'd like to open things up, and I'll kind of structure this a little bit, but have a discussion about some of the threats and opportunities that the Blue Ribbon program faces. And I think what happens is when we get these strengths and the weaknesses and these threats and opportunities all kind of superimposed on top of each other, it puts us in a good place where we're able to actually talk about drafting a plan, calling it, that will help us identify really some of the future directed or objectives of the Blue Ribbon program and some of the actions that we could take as Blue Ribbon members to meet those objectives. So that's going to be kind of the big crux of these conversations. We've got a similar conversation during the February meeting. I think our plan is for probably the next 2 to 4 meetings, spend a couple hours in each meeting talking about this future direction and kind of flushing out this plan that we're talking about. And one thing I do want to point out is that Our intent is to remain within the bounds of the original executive order as we're talking about all this. So we're not rewriting that order. We're just looking at how we do business, what some of the program goals and objectives are, and looking for ways that we can remain relevant and provide the maximum impact for our anglers here in the state. Before we dive into things, I just want to quickly run over some ground rules because I think we're going to spend a lot of time discussing things. I think it's good to have these kind of ground rules in place. The first ground rule is that we're having a lot of discussions, and it's important that we treat all participants with respect. The second one is, as we discuss issues, the idea here is that we're going to attack problems, not the person who's bringing forward that problem. So the hope here is we're going to work collaboratively and coming up with a plan. We're going to discuss ideas, and if people have maybe some concerns about an idea, we're talking about that idea. We're not talking about the person who brought that idea forward. The other thing I'm asking people to do is approach this with an open mind. It's very possible that maybe there's some new things we're going to be doing in Blue Ribbon as we move forward. And the key of an open mind that maybe the old way of doing business might not be the best way in the future. It might be. That might be what comes out of these conversations, but it might not be. I'm just asking people to have an open mind as we approach this. The next one is if you have something to say, this is the forum to say it. We're working collaboratively. I don't know how many people are on the call, probably 20 or so, but as a group to develop this plan, this future direction of Blue Ribbon. So this is really the opportunity to say something if you have something to be said. I think one of the pet peeves of mine is when nobody says something during a meeting and then after the fact I get a phone call or an email where somebody privately expresses some concerns. This is really that opportunity to bring things forward so it can be discussed among everyone so we can come up with the best end product possible. As I mentioned, this process is going to take time. Our intent is to dedicate a little bit of time over the next few meetings, kind of going through this process. So we're just getting started. So I know in some ways I'm kind of blindsiding people, and you're seeing a lot of this information for the first time today, and that's fine. That's to be expected. But what I'm asking for is future meetings after you see some of this background information that I'm going to provide. Have yourself ready, collect your thoughts, and be prepared for some productive conversations. And the last one is try to give everyone opportunity to talk. I'm going to probably try to facilitate, maybe not so much at this meeting, but future meetings, providing opportunities for everyone to talk in kind of a round robin format. But the point is we want to hear the voice of everyone because everyone has a perspective, everyone has good ideas to share. We want to make sure that everyone has that chance to say what they have to say because those ideas could really benefit this program moving forward. So that's kind of the background and some of the ground rules. Is there any questions or anything that anyone has before I kind of transition to talk about the survey that we sent out at the end of last year?
Randy, will you be sending this presentation out to us?
I would be more than happy to send this presentation out. I think there's a lot of things in this presentation that are going to be helpful to get people ready for future discussion. So yes, I'll send it out.
Thank you.
Okay. Not hearing anything, I'm going to transition a little bit. I'm going to talk about the survey that we sent out last November. What we actually did is we sent separate but very similar online surveys to 3 groups of people. So we sent them to our current Blue Ribbon members. We sent them to several former Blue Ribbon members. So we also sent it to the staff that are involved in the Blue Ribbon program. These surveys, again, they're not totally identical among these 3 groups, but they are very, very similar. I would say they're probably 95% or so the same, which allows us to really compare the results and the responses that we get to the questions among these 3 different groups. One of the things I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about here as I run through this is we ask people some questions related to both the importance and performance of the Blue Ribbon program as kind of linked to the 6 objectives that are currently in the Blue Ribbon Guidebook. And we'll talk about that a little bit more on subsequent slides here. But I had the groups rate both the importance and performance of each of those 6 things on a 1 to 5 scale, where basically 1 is the low end of things. So very low importance or very poor performance. And 5 is the high end of things. So very high importance or very good performance. So I'm going to present the results on the following slides. And I guess the point is the values I'm going to show represent average scores on that 1 to 5 scale among the different groups. What we also did is at the end of the survey, we asked an open-ended question that basically had the respondents share what they consider their vision of the future of the Blue Ribbon program to be. What I'm going to do is, at least for the staff who provided a lot of good insights in their responses, I'm going to provide kind of a summary of their responses. And then the last thing I'll just say in terms of numbers of responses, we got a pretty good response rate. It's not a lot of responses in the end, but it's probably enough for us to do something with and draw some conclusions. So we got 7 responses from current Blue Ribbon members. We got 11 responses from past members and then 8 responses from Division Wildlife staff. Okay, so diving into the results of this survey,
the first thing that we ask people about is basically the importance and the performance of the Blue Ribbon program in terms of identifying new Blue Ribbon fisheries here in the state. So the next several slides, I'm going to show a format that's pretty similar to this, where I'm showing a table under the title. There's the three groups of anglers. So the past Blue Ribbon members, the current Blue Ribbon members, and the DWR staff. And I'm showing both the importance and performance scores in terms of how these people perceive the Blue Ribbon program with these different things. So in this case, it's with identification of new waters. Again, those numbers are the average among all the responses within that group to that question on the 5-point scale. So if we look at here the identification of new waters, if we look in terms of importance, which is that middle column, you see that the scores are fairly similar between staff members and then both past and current Blue Ribbon members. So they kind of range between 3.4 and 3.8. And then also, if you look at performance, which is the rightmost column, we found the scores were also fairly similar for the most part. So they range between 2.9 and 3.4. So keep in mind that 3 is kind of the middle end of things. 1 is a very poor performance or very low importance, and 5 is very high importance or very low or very good performance. So when you kind of keep in mind that most of these numbers are in that 3 range, kind of the take-home message is that all the groups think that the importance is in the moderate to high range in terms of Blue Ribbon identifying new waters, with our current performance being pretty close to the middle, so being acceptable. Okay, so the next thing is this kind of notion of Blue Ribbon providing funding for projects that are complete on Blue Ribbon waters and other waters throughout the state. If we again look at the table, if we look at that second column, the middle column in terms of importance, all 3 groups thought this was a fairly important function of the Blue Ribbon program, with the scores ranging between 3.8 and 4.7. Again, this is on a 5-point scale, so the staff members with their average score being 4.7 is pretty close to that 5 threshold. So that means that among the different staff members, this idea of having a Blue Ribbon program that provides funding for the complete projects on the ground is extremely important to them. If we look in terms of performance, that right column, we found that it's range between 3.2, so that's kind of the bottom end of things. That's the perception among current Blue Ribbon members, up to a high of 4.3 coming from our staff members. So the take home is that Blue Ribbon members think that the importance of this is high. The importance is perceived by the division staff members is very high. So again, getting close to that perfect score of 5.0. And all 3 groups think that the performance of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries program in terms of doling out funding for the completion of projects across the state is acceptable to good. So that kind of 3 to 4 range. Okay, so the next element is making recommendations for habitat advancements across the state. And looking at the table, we see that in terms of importance, our scores range from 3.3 to 3.9. So all groups kind of put that in the 3-point-something range. And in terms of performance, we found that basically the scores range from 2.4 up to 3.7. So current members had a 3.2, past members had a 3.7, and our Division of Wildlife staff are the ones that thought we had maybe the worst performance in terms of having Blue Ribbon make recommendations for habitat enhancement, with that score being 2.4. So you're starting to trend toward the low end of things. So the take home here is that all groups think the importance of having Blue Ribbon make recommendations for habitat enhancement is in that moderate to high range. But members think that our overall performance is pretty good, but staff think that the performance is maybe trending a little bit toward the poor side of things. The next one is making recommendations for access enhancement in the state. If you look at importance, the scores range from 3.2 to 4.0. So everyone thinks the importance is in that moderate to high range. Performance, it ranges from 2.4. So it's again kind of the low end. That's coming from the division staff up to a high of 3.6. So this is very similar in terms of numbers when you compare it to the previous one, the recommendations for habitat enhancement. And that means that kind of the take-home message is very similar. It means that all groups think that our importance is in that moderate to high range. And members think our performance is acceptable, and our staff think our performance is maybe trending a little bit toward the low end of things. Okay, next element is collaborating with government agencies and private entities. All 3 groups in terms of importance put it very close to 4. So the scores were either 3.9 or 4.0. So they're very similar among the groups. In terms of performance, we see quite the range where at the low end of things, division staff put the low score of 1.9 and our past members put the high score of 3.7. So there's a lot of variation in how people perceive Blue Ribbon performing with respect to collaborating with government agencies and private entities. So the take home is that all groups think that this is important. It's kind of on the moderate to high end of things for importance. Our members think our performance is acceptable, so generally kind of close to 3, maybe get close to 4. And our staff think our performance is poor, so we're down at 1.9. And the last one is providing recommendations for publicity of blue ribbon fisheries and blue ribbon fishing opportunities in the state. In terms of importance, everyone put it pretty close to 4, so ranging from 4.0 up to 4.2. In terms of performance, it ranged from 2.7 to 3.4. So it's a pretty narrow window there in terms of performance, and it's kind of close to that middle, that 3.0 range. So the take home is that all groups think that the importance is high and the performance is acceptable in terms of how Blue Ribbon is currently doing with respect to providing publicity for blue ribbon fisheries and fishing opportunities in the state. Okay, so this is complicated. I'm going to walk everyone through this, but these are really the same results. But what I'm doing is I'm showing them on a graph because there's a lot that you can see when you start visualizing these results. So what I'm going to start off on, let's focus to begin with, is the graph that you see on the left. It's really kind of a conceptual diagram that explains what you're looking at here. And then the right graph shows our results, and I'll get into that one in a second. But anyway, what the left graph is basically showing is we plot the performance scores on the vertical axis and the importance scores on the horizontal axis. And then what you're able to do is divide those results into 4 different quadrants. And what quadrant the point lies in tells you a lot about how we are doing with respect to a certain objective under the plan. So the first one I'm going to start with is this upper left quadrant. It says possible overkill here. Really the idea here is what falls in this quadrant are things that are very low importance, but they're things that we're performing very well at. So that suggests that even though it's good that we're performing very well, if we're investing a lot into something to make that performance happen and the overall importance of it isn't very high, it suggests that maybe we're investing too much effort into something. The next one I'll talk about is the upper right one. This one just says keep up the good work. And this basically what falls in here are things that are both high importance and things that we're performing very well at. The next one is the lower left one. Lower left one is low priority. So these are low importance things that we're not performing very well at. So since they're not very important, we're not performing very well. It doesn't make a lot of sense to spend a lot of effort in trying to improve in those areas. And the last one, this bottom right one, just says concentrate here. So these are high importance things where we're not performing very well. Okay, so given that information, that kind of breakdown of quadrants, if you look at the figure on the right, you can see how we kind of fall out. I have to apologize as this figure is kind of messy. It turns out it's very easy to make this figure, but make this figure look pretty takes a lot of work. So I didn't want to spend hours and hours diving down that route, and I figured this at least gets the job done. So there's 3 panels that you see here. The top panel shows the results from the past Blue Ribbon members. The middle one are current Blue Ribbon members, and the bottom one are division staff members. The colored points represent the 6 different elements or objectives that I talked about earlier. And again, the vertical axis is our performance, which I abbreviated to perform, and then the horizontal axis is importance, which I just abbreviated to import in this figure. If you look at our past members, all 6 points fall in this upper right quadrant. So this one that says keep up the good work. So that means the perception of our past Blue Ribbon members is that for all 6 of those elements that we are doing really well as a Blue Ribbon Fisheries program, and that we should keep doing what we've been doing is basically the take-home message of the perception coming from that group. If you look at the middle panel, the current members, what you see is there is a trend for our performance. So this is the vertical axis to drop a little bit. What you kind of see is that probably about half of our points still are in that keep up the good work kind of zone. You see some right borderline between keep up the good work and concentrate here. And the one that really falls kind of solidly in that we need to maybe concentrate more on is this idea of collaborating with other government agencies and private entities. And then finally, if you look at the results coming from our division staff members, you again see this kind of downward slide on performance of our program. And what you see here is generally we are in the concentrate here, so we need to maybe improve on kind of the category. for just about everything. The one exception is this dot up here, which is the Keep Up Good Work one. It's related to us providing funding for projects. Okay, so that kind of summarizes the results of the performance importance kind of questions that we asked. As I mentioned, we also asked an open-ended question, kind of asking people about their perceptions of maybe what the future of the Blue Ribbon program would look like or what the visions are. Before I move on to that, are there any questions?
This is Ray Shelby, Randy. I'd like to emphasize that when I filled this out, I really had no knowledge of the current function of the council. All I could do was make judgments based on my experience in the past, and I suspect that all the other past members were judging it from the same perspective. I have had really no contact since my term was up with the council, and I really don't feel like I could pass judgment on the current function of the council. So
thanks for that comment, Ray. And I saw that in some of the written out responses from the past members. So I think in terms of the past members, they're often rating kind of past performance of the program based on their time in the program. So I think we do have to take that somewhat with a grain of salt, that maybe that's based their kind of results off of maybe what things were like historically compared to where they are presently. Any other questions or comments before I move on?
I have one follow-up comment, Randy, to Ray Shelby's concern. That was the precise reason we kept the two groups separate, current and past, is we wanted to see if there's a change in the membership's perception of, you know, the intent and the follow through of the committee. And so it was important for us to see if there was some sort of fundamental change in people's opinions.
Okay, it looks like a good point, Drew. It looks like Rich, you put your hand up.
Yes. Just a question or a comment for the future regarding funding for projects. How do we go about getting more funding for the Blue Ribbon Advisory Council?
Yeah, this is something maybe.
I don't necessarily need an answer. I just think that that's a question that should be addressed. Do we need more money, and how might we go about deriving that?
Yeah, no, I think that's a good question. That's something we've talked about a little bit in the past, and maybe Drew could kind of build on this a little bit. But I think our perception is that maybe there are opportunities for more funding, but those fundings are linked to us having a relevant Blue Ribbon program that's providing really good, you know, feedback and benefit for the Division of Wildlife. And that's part of the reason that we're undertaking this effort right now, is to in some ways look at whether we need to modernize the program, kind of change our emphasis of the program to make sure that we are serving that role of being really relevant and providing maximum input or maximum impact for our anglers. And I think our hope is that, you know, if we can get there and make some changes, that maybe it opens up the door. I'm not promising it, but opens up the door that maybe have a conversation with the division director's office about increased funding down the road.
Just a follow-up, Randy, if I might.
Yeah, go for it, Jerry.
Yeah, between Blue Ribbon, Habitat Council, and the Watershed Initiative program, we probably have somewhere between $22 and $25 million annually that we can, you know, put into projects that are good projects and are priorities. So I'm not sure that funding is an issue. I'd be happy to entertain it, but there's a lot of money that we play with every year, and I think our priorities as a division in years two are being addressed by that funding.
That's a good point, Drew. And I think any funding increase would be small cookies compared to that 22 million or whatever you quoted. You know, we're talking, if we were to do anything, it would probably be, you know, $100,000 tops probably. Yeah, it looks like, I think maybe TJ has his hand up. I don't know if your hand's still up, TJ.
Well, I just have a question. It's not trying to identify anybody, but this council was established in 2005. And at that point, we didn't have any designated blue ribbon fisheries. Now we've come to where we're almost running out of potential candidates. So I'm trying to figure out, when you have past members commenting, do they go back to 205, or is it just a few years back when I'm just trying to get their perspective of what they're seeing our function and how we performed.
I can at least somewhat, I think this maybe piggybacks on Ray's comment, but the past members that we reached out to really kind of ran the gamut from some of those original members, 2005, to maybe some people who are recently on the council. So I do think you're probably seeing these scores reflect an average of, probably 10 or so years of participation on the council.
That's good.
Okay, I think maybe Rex and then Russ.
All right, Randy, I've kind of been on both sides. Have been on the council long enough. As I came on the council, I actually had the opportunity to take Ray's place. At that time, we were still trying to identify and characterize waters, and then we've kind of moved into, okay, now how do we start, getting out there with the outreach, and then I'm trying to think. I don't ever remember, even though it's in our handbook, that we need to work with the government agencies and with environmental things. We haven't had very many requests on the council because till about 2 years ago, we were still trying to identify waters. And so I think that this is a good time to have that transition. And I can see why we would have some low scores there simply because of the focus of the council up to just within 2 years ago. And then 2 years ago, we have a lot of new folks on there that we don't get to spend any time together. So there's been some influencing factors, I think, in terms of doing, some of these other things. I don't think it's been because we didn't want to do them. We just were working on some other stuff. So I just like to make that comment. So me personally, I think it'd be great to be involved with some of these other things, especially now that we're working more with outreach and have the opportunity to go forward, meet with some of the public and with some of the government agencies.
No, it's a good point, Rex. And that's part of the premise behind this conversation. I think you hit on it, but if we're going to spend less time identifying new waters in the future because we've kind of got the waters that need to be there, it puts us in a position where maybe it frees up a little more time to talk about some of these other things. But we'll get into the kind of the water end of things here pretty soon. There's some additional comments and things that we need to discuss.
I'm really grateful that Drew says we've got lots of money. Thanks, Drew.
They come from a variety of sources. I mean, there's money out there for projects, and Blue Ribbon's just a small component. Drew hit on some other places, other pots of money we work with that provide a lot for fisheries. Yeah, Russ, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, I made a comment as well. When it comes to the money part of it, there is a lot of money available, but Jordan and I may be the only ones that really know the whole kind of big picture of that, being in the jobs that we have. But the Watershed Initiative is it's a pretty cool thing and pretty extensive, and it might help to have the council, go into the database, for example, and take a look at the projects in the region, and we're reviewing many of those projects, but for our March meeting, but there's a lot more there, and it's just interesting to see the breadth of projects and what people are proposing. So we do need to have more kind of a mesh, I think, with the Watershed Initiative overall, and maybe that's more just on the education side of it. I don't know.
I think those are good points, Russ. And one thing I've got in my notes, this kind of ties into some comments we got from the survey, but doing a little better job of getting everyone on the council prepared for our March meeting, which is our funding meeting. And that means that next month we need to talk about kind of that process a little. I think it provides a little opportunity to dig into some of that a little bit, Russ, and maybe provide a little perspective about different funding pots, how it all works, that kind of thing, get into how we maybe use Blue Ribbon to leverage funding for various things. Yeah, Drew.
Yeah, I'm going to provide a little historical perspective that might or might not help. I was around when this Blue Ribbon Fisheries program was first discussed. And so were a couple other people on this phone call. So, what I wanted to do and when I looked at the survey, I tried to reflect on how these same questions would have been answered in 2001, 2002, which is when this concept first came up. And if I was a betting man and reflecting on the past, I would say that if you had asked these same questions then, these same dots on this would have been at the extreme corners of these quadrants, not near the middle. And I think there was good reason for anglers to answer it that way then, just based on my history and probably some people on this phone call. I think that anglers and I think the Division of Wildlife did not make it easy to talk to one another back in before blue ribbon fishing. I think that was a large reason that they went to the governor's office and didn't try and work with the division, or were unsuccessful in working with the division to implement this. And those thoughts of mine that these answers would have been in the extreme out portions of these quadrants, and I look at them now and they're near the middle, all of them. There's not 1.5 in anyone's responses that I can see on anything, which means that maybe a lot of those reasons that the council was created have been addressed through conversations that we have with one another every day, and the funding that's available to address those as well leads us to a different type of discussion today than then. So this meeting today, I think, is a great first step in figuring out, now that we're together and, we've addressed a lot of these issues, where do we go? Where is that new country and the new needs based on where we're at and the next 10 or 15 or 20 years of Utah? So that's my kind of opinion on the survey, Randy. Thank you for the time.
Yeah, no, thank you, Drew, and thank you for your insight. I think you did a nice job there, maybe more eloquent than I did, kind of set the stage for this conversation of where we want to go. You're talking about what that new frontier is for, maybe improving, angling conditions or communication between anglers, which is what Blue Ribbon really represents, is a representative group of anglers in the state and the Division of Wildlife Resources. And that's what this conversation is about, is, taking that up to the next level and making sure we're addressing maybe some future issues that are going to come down the pipeline so we can continue having that open line of communication. Yeah, Craig.
Yeah, just to double down on what Drew said, I think that you have a council that was in its infancy developed to address what were perceived threats to fisheries resources and to rural economies in the state. For all intents and purposes, if you were to go through the investments that we've made over the past 15 plus years, we've done a good job at addressing those threats and putting blue ribbon fisheries on the map as an economic driver for rural economies. And we're kind of in maintenance mode. And I think that's where a lot of this middle of the road scoring is pointing to, is that we've achieved, like Drew said, we've achieved a lot of what we set out to do under the original charge for this council. However, there's a whole new suite of threats out there to not only blue ribbon waters, but fisheries in general across the state of Utah. And it's an opportunity for this council to re-examine its kind of underpinnings as to what it does, its objectives. And I think that's why we're here today, is how do we decide, or what do we decide to do new to address these burgeoning threats, whether that be drought or whatever it is that we see across the state that are impacting not only the ability to manage the fisheries, but those rural economies that we propped up through the creation of a large list of blue ribbon waters throughout time. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Craig. Any other questions, any other comments? Okay, I did see George. It looks like he put a comment in the chat box related to seeing some of Ray's historic information about Blue Ribbon. I'm not sure how widely that's been put out, but I will make that available to the council because there is a lot of good information that Ray was able to kind of scrounge up that kind of goes over the history of the council. Yeah, Rex.
One of the things I'd like to, I appreciate your comments, by the way, Craig. Thank you, both you and Drew. I think I'd like to see some questions where I think when we were first asked the questions, as you go back to the beginning, where are our Blue Ribbon? We found them. How do we start promoting them? I think we're starting to do that. And to kind of address what Russ said, some of this watershed stuff, given the opportunity to work with the division people, at least for me personally, I think it'd be great for me to know, hey, here's some questions we'd like answered, and we feel like Blue Ribbon can do that. Me personally, I'm all for moving forward with that because it will improve Blue Ribbon fisheries, and that's still our main goal is what do we do, either identifying them or advertising them or work with them so that they stay where they are. And if we can get that involved, I just don't remember ever having somebody ask me while I was on the council from the DWR, hey, can you go look at this for a government entity or from a watershed or anything like that? And I think that'll give us an opportunity to have even more input and allow us to move forward. I certainly don't see this as anything adversarial, just need to know a little bit more so we can help and would want to help, at least everybody that I know on the council. I sometimes there's times with Jordan that the best thing you can do is get out of his way because he does an incredible job as far as I'm concerned. We're allowed to say good stuff, right, Randy?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And I'd like to know what we can do. So I'm glad we're having this discussion. How do we move forward? In fact, I'm a little embarrassed. As I was rereading the handbook after you brought this out, I thought, man, I've kind of skipped section 2 and section 3. And I think it was because we were so involved with some of the identification and then trying to get the word out that we just didn't get to there. And I think we can still do a tremendous job moving that forward.
No, I agree. We're going to get into this a little bit more here in a second, I think. Anything else before I move on? Okay, so I'm going to move on to kind of the next angle of the survey. As I mentioned, there was a question, open-ended question, where we had people type a paragraph or a few sentences or whatever they wanted to put, basically describing their vision for the role of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council. I'm going to spend a little time kind of going over how the division staff responded to that because I think they have a lot of good ideas that maybe shed light on maybe how the division would like to function with Blue Ribbon. So the specific question that we asked our staff members was, please describe your vision for the role of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. First, when assisting the division in the management of Utah's fisheries, and the second, ensuring satisfaction among the constituents that use these resources. We received responses from 8 staff members. I think I said that earlier. What I'm going to do here in this table is kind of characterize those responses. So what I did is I went through the responses from all 8 people and looked for various themes that they touched on in their responses. What you're seeing on the left side are kind of those themes. And what you see on the right side, those numbers, that is the number of those 8 responses that kind of touched on the theme within their response. And you'll see, obviously, these numbers add up to way more than 8. And the reason for that is oftentimes a division staff member touch on several of these topics in their response that they provided. What I've done is I've ranked these in order from kind of the most common or prevalent response that we received down to ones that were a little bit less common, less prevalent. The one I'm going to start with was this idea of having Blue Ribbon provide advice to the division from kind of the eyes of an angler perspective. That was reflected in 6 of the 8 responses that we received from division staff members. So this was by far the most common thing, and this kind of hits maybe the word advisory within the Blue Ribbon Advisory Council or Fisheries Advisory Council. And you see this in the executive order, the word advisory shows up a few times in it. I think there's a strong perception among division staff members where they really want anglers to tell them kind of how they see things from the ground. How do our projects look? Where do we need habitat enhancement, access enhancement, et cetera? So that was a common theme that came out in 3/4 of the responses that we got from our division staff members. The second most common one, there's actually a couple that got mentioned in 4 of the 8 responses. The first one was lack of Blue Ribbon member diversity. We're talking diversity. I think this was less focused on, say, race and gender diversity, but it was more focused in on the fact that most of our Blue Ribbon members are from the Wasatch Front. Most of them have a kind of a focus on cold water trout fisheries in the state, and some desire being expressed of making sure that we have a membership that really reflects kind of all types of anglers in the state and is reflective of that. 4 of the 8 responses also mentioned specifically that they like to receive funding for Blue Ribbon for projects. They would like to see that funding to continue moving forward. The next one we saw, so 3 of the 8 responses said something about doing more to enhance and protect current Blue Ribbon waters in the state. There was kind of a perception coming from these responses that oftentimes we maybe designate a water Blue Ribbon and do little long-term to prop up that water and help maintain that Blue Ribbon status. So I think 3 of the 8 kind of reflected a desire for us as a council maybe to do more to maybe help those Blue Ribbon waters out and make sure they're up to date on maintenance and some things like that. 2 of the 8 responses were looking for help identifying new Blue Ribbon fisheries. This actually kind of, I think, piggies back to this idea of providing advice to the division from angler guys. I think what they're looking for is, at least in recent years, we've had our division biologists at least propose potential Blue Ribbon waters. I think some of our staff are maybe looking for Blue Ribbon members to kind of take their experience fishing waters in the state and maybe do a little more telling the division where they think might have some Blue Ribbon fisheries, so we can at least consider those down the road. 2 of the 8 responses kind of dovetailed into this idea of improving member recruitment efforts. I think particularly in rural parts of the state, particularly Northeast region, Southeast region, last couple of member openings we've had had to work pretty hard to find people to fill those openings. And I think what we'd like to do is see if there's something we can do to improve our member recruitment efforts to make that a little easier, particularly for those smaller, more rural regions, and also maybe kind of get at that diversity element we talked about earlier. 2 of the 8 responses felt that we spent too much time identifying new Blue Ribbon fisheries in the state. And then the remaining 4 or 5 kind of themes that were only reflected in 1 of the 8 responses. But one kind of mentioned this idea of having too many Blue Ribbon waters. We've talked about this before and kind of have the quote that everything is special, nothing is special. And there was kind of that perception of that in this response. 1 kind of related to needing better member training for our Blue Ribbon members. We had 1 person say that they thought it was actually the role of the division to designate what waters are Blue Ribbon, not the Blue Ribbon Council. And they thought that the moniker Blue Ribbon was really kind of an outreach designation to help the public recognize what waters in the state are, kind of the cream of the crop. With that said, that same person, I'll just point out, reflected the need to have a council to help go on funding and a council to help provide advice to the division from that angler viewpoint. So that's kind of where this person was coming from in their response. We had 1 person feel like Blue Ribbon could do more to publicly advocate what fisheries need to survive and thrive in the state. So this is kind of this public outreach role that came out, and using a council to maybe express certain concerns about certain issues like water availability and how we can maybe address those in the state. And then we finally had 1 person kind of get into this idea that maybe we need to do more, hold more seminars and other things, not just to educate the public about how to fish a certain water or fish for a certain species, but also to dive into maybe certain issues, again, like water, for instance, in the state, and have discussions about that. So that is kind of the synopsis of the responses that we got from the division staff members. Are there any questions or comments on that before I kind of move on? Okay, not hearing. Yeah, I think maybe somebody put their hand up. Yeah, Rex.
Well, the one that I'm a little concerned about, it kind of goes back to what Drew was saying. we'd had fives out in all the corners when this first started, and the one that the regions determined blue ribbon waters, I guess I take some exception to that. I think that's part of the reason this council was determined, so that the anglers would have input, not just divisions, staff deciding what blue ribbon was or wasn't. And I think when you look at the council, that would be, I think there's some really legitimate things here that we can address and should take care of, need to take care of, all seem to be within what the handbook designates. But I have to admit that one, I kind of went, yeah, no, that's not the reason for the council. So I just like to make that comment.
And I'll touch on that one really fast, Rex. One of the aspects of this effort is we don't want to deviate from what was in the original governor's executive order that created Blue Ribbon. And one aspect of that executive order dealt with having a fisheries advisory council, aka Blue Ribbon, kind of designate that water status. So even though this ended up in a response, I put it on here just to fully reflect kind of the diversity of responses that we got from the staff members. I think that one is a no-go because it would be against what the executive order says.
Thanks for that comment, Rex. I do look at this, these responses, and it kind of, reaffirms, I guess, something that we've talked about, Craig Walker and Randy and I, and it's this. When 20 years ago, there were some very vocal angling groups that we could rely on to hear from when we had an issue. There were a number of bass clubs that were very active in conservation too, not just in tournament fishing. Rocky Mountain Anglers was more conservation minded then, and that's kind of dissipated through time, and our ability to reach out to an angler group and ask about, bass conservation or walleye conservation in Utah has kind of waned over the last several years. And it would really be nice to, number one here, the most popular response is to provide advice to DWR from Angler Eyes. And from my perspective, what I've seen is a real need there. And it's something that's just kind of fallen off, not just the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Council, but just overall. And maybe, that can be a discussion moving forward, is how do we incorporate that more into this council? What would that look like? It's just a thought.
I think those are good points, Jared. One thing, this kind of summary that I'm showing up here doesn't really reflect very well is how strongly the division staff felt that we need that kind of angler advisory perspective, so we can hear from anglers about their perceptions of fishing conditions across the state. It looks kind of simple when I present it this way and say it's 6 out of 8 responses, but a lot of the responses put a lot of time into talking about this and how beneficial it would be for them. Yeah, Rex.
So I just want to make sure I'm understanding this right, Drew. You want us to spend more time out on the water and get to talk to more anglers? I kind of feel like I've been thrown into the briar patch.
No, that wasn't. So
no,
I'll give you.
I'm just kidding you, Drew. I think this is a marvelous assignment. Yeah. I got to go fishing more, and I got to talk to more fishermen.
Yeah, I'll give you an example of what happened once upon a time, and this goes to the heart of what we need. Is we have some really talented biologists in our midst, within the division. And at one point, the best biological thing to do on the Provo River was determined to remove more fish. And we actually made a run at that without involving the public and had our ass handed to us. We did not understand the social aspect of fishing on the Provo River and what the anglers wanted. What the anglers want is not the highest quality fish. They wanted more fish. And that's what we're asking, is if we're getting ready to make a tragic error in our judgment, that's an angler related question, we really need the input of the anglers to keep us out of that fire.
Yeah, and we've talked about that a little internally, and I think going beyond what Drew brought up, broadly, input on fishing regulation changes could be an example. We had one staff member in their response bring up specifically the idea of maybe sitting down with Blue Ribbon members and getting member perspective on maybe individual waters that members have fished, just to kind of get what their perspective is on how that water is fishing. How are the boat ramps? How are the restrooms? How is the habitat on a certain stream? That kind of thing. Because, honestly, I mean, we've got a very talented division staff. Those guys get out and they visit waters throughout the state, but there's a limited number of them compared to the number of anglers there are in the state. And there's a lot of eyes out there who are providing us feedback on how they see conditions across the state. And I think, the idea is getting that information then helps us do our job better, helps us identify where we need to maybe put some effort, invest some funding, that kind of thing, to provide, again, that maximum impact. Okay, any other questions? Okay, just to kind of wrap things up. So, and I think this has kind of come out of the conversations that we've had, some of the questions that have come as I've run through these slides. But really kind of the goal of this entire activity is to use the data from this survey and then conversations among each other and just kind of this collaborative process to find ways to maximize the impact that each Blue Ribbon member has on fishing here in Utah. We want to have continued relevance of the Blue Ribbon program in the future. As Drew kind of mentioned, our original focus was on rural economic development. We've accomplished that. So kind of the question here is, what are the emerging topics or fields that are maybe coming down the pipeline that should be an emphasis of the Blue Ribbon program into the future, so we could stay on the front end of things and proactively address issues, so we can maintain a good relationship between our anglers and the Division of Wildlife, and as a division continue to kind of proactively meet needs and stay out front of things before various issues crop up, whether angler access issues, habitat issues, etc. But things that would draw concerns from our anglers. What we're looking for in this process is we're not looking to rewrite the executive order. We're looking at how we can make Blue Ribbon better into the future. One thing that may come out of this is, I know a lot of people have looked at the handbook. I think a revision of the handbook, I don't know what it would look like. It could be a minor revision or a total rewrite. Might be, kind of a byproduct of this effort. We just need to see how this goes. But really our goal here is to come up with a plan that details what Blue Ribbon is going to look like into the future here. So kind of the process that I want to go down, as I mentioned, we're gonna spend a few meetings on this, but going through kind of the slides I just went through, I think we kind of talked about some of the current strengths and weaknesses of the Blue Ribbon program. I also want to talk about some of the opportunities and threats for the Blue Ribbon program, and that's the very next thing we're going to do here in a second. And then once we've kind of done that, I feel like that kind of puts the pieces in place where we could begin going down the road of some kind of planning effort that fleshes out some overarching goals, objectives, and strategies of the Blue Ribbon program into the future. So the idea here is to really create a plan or kind of a guiding document that kind of details, the things that we're going to do with the council, what our goals are, objectives, our strategies are, and how we're going to act as a council moving forward. So is there any questions or any comments before I kind of move on to the next end of things? Yeah, Drew.
Yeah, I just wanted to emphasize how excited I am about this conversation today. It's nice to have, had a win, and I view the reason that we're here today is that there was an issue back in the early 2000s, and because of our work together, we can engage in what the next race we need to run is. And I think that's exciting, and I hope it's exciting for you guys too. It gives us an opportunity to kind of reflect on how we got where we are, and we've spent millions of dollars over the past 20 years on a lot of projects that have created a lot of value to our fisheries, and now it's nice to know that we're all, based on the conversation today, at least I think. We're all kind of on the same page and understand that we can maybe address some new challenges now. And I just wanted to thank you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Drew. I think that's an important point, and that's where we're going. But let's address some new challenges. Be proactive. Try to maybe look in the the crystal ball, so to speak, and see what issues are coming down the pipeline and see what we could do to kind of address those now so they don't crop up as a huge problem in the future. So, again, the ultimate goal is to make things for anglers, so conditions, the quality of the fishing experience in the state, high quality, not now, well, not just now, but into the future as well. So that's kind of the premise of this activity. Is there any other questions or comments before we kind of move on?
Randy, knowing what they're projecting our population growth, I think this meeting time is just absolutely, it's great timing for this meeting and how we move forward, because we're just, when they start talking about 4 million people by 40 and 6 million by 60, not that some of us won't still be around by that time, but I'm hoping that I certainly know for me personally, to have Drew go, Rex, you need to go fish strawberry for the next 4 or 5 days and find out what the anglers are thinking. Okay, Drew, I can live with that scenario. And I'm pretty sure from the group that I know for Blue Ribbon, most of us, I think it's more of a matter, at least for me, how do I help get to, so that we can work with the government entities, so as we do this Chicken Creek thing, what do we need from the anglers up there? What do we do here? I'm sitting here thinking, man, I am so glad Russ is on the council right now because of his ability to look at the watersheds and his experience with it. I mean, that just gives us somebody on the council that just can really help us out and gives us more training. So I don't know how the other guys feel, but being asked to go fish and then get more views, I think there are places, especially with regulations, that I go find out how people feel. We certainly, I know I'd be more than willing to go up and spend some time wherever that was. So I know TJ can be forced to go fishing occasionally, and Terry can. I saw TJ smile there. So you kind of can't keep Rich from going fishing. So I think we can do some things here. But we just need to figure out how it is so that we work together so that you're getting the input you need from us and we're getting the response back. And hey, anytime you're going, I think I can find more money, Rex. I think we can find more time, Drew.
Awesome. I appreciate that perspective, Rex. And what we're going to undergo here, starting here once we're kind of done with this little conversation and get any comments or questions before we move forward, is to head down a planning process. You talked about, having kind of a mechanism for gathering that feedback and, generating kind of a viewpoint of what the council's going to look like moving forward. That's what we want to do, is undergo kind of this planning process and really spell that out. So we've got a discrete plan in place that we can act on as a council. I see Dave, you got your hand up.
Yeah, Randy, just a couple curious questions. I see Governor Levitt created this in 2001 and Governor Huntsman established it in 2005. When did the council start spending money as a council? How much have we spent over it looks to me like I keep hearing 20 years. I'm guessing it's more like 16 years we've been spending money. And just wondering how long the council's been funding projects. And do you have a chart that shows how much money's been spent over that time period, what impacts it's had for fishermen, how it's helped biologists, how it's helped the waters, those kind of things that help me generate thoughts to what the future might look like?
Yeah, maybe Drew and Craig could build on this a little better than I can, but at least right now our present funding is $450,000 a year. I think there was one point it was $350,000 a year, and maybe it didn't start at that level. Maybe it started at another level before that. I don't know the first year it provided funding, but it has been going on for a long time. That was kind of the original part of that.
I believe it was 2003, Randy. I think that the executive order came out in 01, and then I believe we went after a license increase in 02 that went into effect in 03. That's my memory. Does that sound right, George and Ray? You were involved in that.
George just commented, we started spending money in 2001 with an appropriation from the legislature, 300,000 to start. And our first project was the purchase of Lake Canyon Lake. So at least it kind of gives you a partial answer to your question, Dave. I don't know if we have an answer. We could roll up though through the WR database and put it together. But total number of projects completed, acres of lake that we've worked with, miles of stream, et cetera. I think it's possible to get that information. We just don't necessarily, at least I don't have it right at my fingertips.
Just kind of maybe an audit of the past of what's been spent, what's been funded, the positive impact it's had.
No, that's a good point. I think that'd be useful information. Yeah, I think Craig, you have your hand up next, and then we'll go Ray after that.
Yeah, Ray's probably going to comment on this. He did that. Just before he left the council, he went in and performed an audit, if you will, an inventory of what had been spent and where and when. And I don't know whether we've continued to build on that annually. I think that we have those data. We used to give that annual report as to what we had spent that year. Rolling that up isn't necessarily all we need to do, because we leverage that money not from a federal aid standpoint, but from a Habitat Council standpoint oftentimes, to do bigger and better things by partnering with other funding entities in the division and elsewhere. But suffice it to say, it's in the tens of millions, if not approaching $100 million that we're talking about here, as far as what we've put forward in this effort to improve the habitat, the access at Blue Ribbon Waters and elsewhere in the state.
Yeah, no, good points, Craig. And you're right. I need to make this available for everyone, but Ray did an excellent job of kind of summarizing through at least his tenure on the council, kind of up to that point. The history of the council, spending, waters that are Blue Ribbon, et cetera, et cetera. There's a lot of good information there. I think, Ray, you may have had your hand up next.
I do. There is a DVD that has all this information on it. And I don't know if you have that, Randy, and I'm sure I've got a copy laying around here somewhere, and I can get it to you and anybody else on the council who would be interested in it.
Yeah, and I've got that. I've got that on the Google Drive as well.
Okay.
So I've got the ability to just send that out as a link for everyone. Yeah, Rex.
I was just thinking that this is a possibility, and in terms of perception and stuff, that this is something that we want to get out on our Blue Ribbon page. That's now part of the proclamation. That, hey, this is the kind of things, and this is the impact it's had, and we've got the numbers. Let's let the public know what has happened with the money that they've spent, because if we have to discuss it here in council and we're not quite sure, I'm sure the general public doesn't really have a feel for that either. So maybe this is something that we can move forward, and it was one of the action items.
No, I think that's a great idea, Rex. I could already envision in my head some kind of ad that puts some numbers up that make the program look really good. And we've got the numbers. We just need to sit down and really kind of summarize it and make sense out of it. Yeah, Craig.
Yeah, that DVD was part of something that George and Ray and others and myself had worked on with the division outreach section, which was creating a toolkit for each of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council members to use, so that when they interacted with various stakeholders out on the landscape, whether that be a regional partner or a county commissioner, whatever it was, they had those pieces of information at hand that also dovetailed with not only the investment that we've made historically with division dollars, but also the benefits that we've seen to rural economies and other economies statewide, which built upon our effort to conduct that economic survey back in the day. So all of which we were tasked with doing at one point in time by the division director in response to our request for additional dollars to the council.
No, good points, Craig. And we have all those materials. We haven't maybe distributed them as widely as we'd like to, but they're there and available for use. And we probably should put them to use because they're good materials.
Randy, I think this is something that we might be able to, at the start of any of our outreach, when we do a kokanee seminar, hey, just a 2-minute little overview of, just so you know what's happened, here's some of the things and here's where it's gone forward. And, something that we could work with. Craig, if you've got those numbers, something that we can get maybe with outreach and just make it part of our presentations, because those presentations are reaching people. I was getting new tires yesterday, and the guy that was sitting across from me had been to a couple of kokanee seminars and the catfish seminar and wanted to know what was coming up next. And so we do have the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, no, we do. And we should take advantage of that. That's a good idea. Okay. Anything else?
Randy, I'm gonna say this, and maybe no one will get it, but I'm gonna say it. Rex kind of brought up the population increase. It was in the Tribune, I think, last night or yesterday, and this last year we had probably 70 waters where we put emergency regulations in place because there was just no water. We have water quality issues growing, harmful algal blooms. Over the last 5 years, we've had a number of streams that just stopped flowing. We salvaged 2 populations of cutthroat trout this last year because they were in places where they couldn't persist anymore. And if we don't start discussing water and use this council as maybe a forum to do that and actually solve some problems, we're going to be out of time. And what I mean by that is that there's a point in time that's coming soon where we're going to be fighting against people, farms, and if we don't, start now and work together on solving some of the issues, it's going to get us all. And I think that has to be, one of the things that this group or subcommittee or whatever Randy's putting together has to wrestle with is how to address that fight and do it sooner than later.
Absolutely. And I'm not ignoring your comment about population growth either, Rex. The next part of what I would like to go down the route of is kind of looking at some of the opportunities and threats of the Blue Ribbon program. I think, as we kind of get into some of those threats, things like population growth, water availability are going to come up in kind of that discussion. So I think we've got the opportunity to talk about that a little bit more. So I didn't mean to ignore you on it. I just realized that it was going to come up a little bit later as well. So Larry, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to second what Drew and Rex had said. My biggest concern in the state, having sat on an executive board for a small community water system, is how do we get water back in the system? I know Jordan has done just an outstanding job, working across the state. This matter of not getting enough water into the Great Salt Lake now and the potential impacts that has, not just on fisheries, but on our skiing, on our farming, on all aspects of life in Utah. I've saw this movie before in California, and yes, I am from California. I've been here 27 years. Drew hits it right on the head. We are going to be out of time sooner rather than later, so I'll just leave it at that.
No, thank you, Larry. So I think with that, maybe we will switch gears here. So what I kind of want to start going down the route of doing is the planning end of things. The agenda for today's meeting says we go till 3 o'clock. My intent is we'll go to 3 o'clock discussing this stuff. We'll get as far as we can down the road, and then we will pick it up again next meeting and keep kind of pushing things out. So I don't expect us to have a total solution or anything during this meeting, but I think we're already doing some good strides down the right road here. So the first thing I want to do, I'm going to share my screen again, get into kind of an activity just real fast, kind of talking about some of the opportunities and threats for our fisheries here in the state. So hopefully you guys can see what I brought up, kind of a slide looking thing. I'm going to use it as kind of a whiteboard, and I'm just going to maybe take what people have to say, and I'll put some little sticky notes up here that kind of hit on these topics. But the question I want to spend a few minutes kind of talking about is how fisheries are changing in Utah and what can Blue Ribbon do to help maintain high quality fisheries into the future. And that kind of gets at some of the stuff that we've been talking about where, you know, we've already talked about water, for example, it's something. Talked about population growth. There are other things that kind of coming down the pipeline. We see, you know, potential changes to our fisheries. And if you got something, just throw it out there. Yeah, Ray.
Aging reservoirs.
No, that's a good one.
I think we're seeing more private properties come in that we, you know, big pieces like we're seeing up the Weber drainage.
Well, that goes hand in hand with the population growth as well, and the you know, the increased values, the money that's coming in, that kind of stuff. So it's all related that way, and the tie up of water.
I would say that you have a increasing pressure. We're just growing and growing, and this year was, you know, not anything less than the year previous as far as angling pressure, and on bodies of water that were significantly lower and smaller. I think that's a big one in our region anyways, is, you know, we have this huge populace that just wants to be on the river, and it's just ever growing.
Okay, so what I've done is I've kind of combined a couple of these. So Clint, yours I just called increased angling pressure. I put it from a biological impact perspective of not being able to maintain fisheries due to maybe higher harvest due to more people fishing the water. And then kind of some of the previous stuff about population growth and its ties to kind of some of the social factors like increased privatization, increased property values, et cetera. It kind of combined all that together. Yeah, it looks like Craig and then Larry. I'll go next, and then I think Jordan.
So it dovetails with those two things that we just talked about. The fact that, you know, population is driving that increased angling pressure, because what we're seeing is stable to increasing angler participation per capita, which is unusual in fishing nationally. But for whatever reason, Utah is able to maintain that stable participation rate. So as our population increases, so does angling. The other thing too, and we saw it with COVID, the traditional angling behaviors, moral fiber, if you will, are kind of eroding. The new breed of angler out there is a different breed of angler. And I think that we need to approach their ethic a little bit differently and maybe provide them with some ethics training.
Okay, good point, Craig. So what I did is I combined kind of the biological impact back to the population growth. And, you know, honestly, I think it makes sense given the drought we just came out of, leaving water kind of as a separate category because that is an important driver. But at the same time, I think that there's some tie-ins too with increased population and water demands associated with keeping up with that population. Okay, I think Larry, you had your hand next.
Yeah, I think this goes back to water, but, you know, headwater source quality and headwater source development. You see, you know, as I look up at the Weber, and I'm guilty at this, you know, we're building a home up Weber Canyon, and, you know, there was already a cabin there, but still, you know, how do you keep those source waters pristine?
No, good points. I changed the water to both quantity and quality, both important issues. I think, Jordan, you're next.
I would say invasive species and introduced species.
All the good ones.
I've got a couple more too. Threats through Endangered Species Act petitions, especially for like native trout. And then also we have aging reservoirs, but I think we have an aging population too. So our population is supposed to increase, but you know, when I was watching the news last night, the retired age population is going to go through the roof, and that could mean a lot of different things. It could mean they're dropping out of the angling population, which means less funding, or it could mean that there's more pressure because they're retiring and going fishing. I don't know. But
those are all
something
all
to
good
consider.
Ones. Okay, I think Brian Anderson, you had your hand up.
Yeah. I think Jordan beat me to part of it, but I think the mix of native trout and, you know, a lot of, especially headwater streams where we're removing invasive brook and brown rainbow and going more toward cutthroat, you know, what does that mean for the future is some sort of an emphasis on native trout restoration.
Modified up the AIS one, but that one's pretty broad, you know, going from there from quagga mussels to, you know, some of our work to restore natives across the landscape. Yeah, Rich.
This is maybe a little bit farther out in the future, but there's a river that's running right down through the middle of Salt Lake County called the Jordan River. And if the water was cleaned up a little bit, that could be a heck of a fishery for a large population in the future. Going back a number of years, I worked with the West Valley juvenile court systems, where they gave some juveniles that were in trouble the option of learning how to fly fish or spend some time in jail. And I was astounded by how many of these youth had never been to the base of Little Cottonwood Canyon or Big Cottonwood Canyon or Mill Creek. So that might present a little bit more opportunity for our youth in the future to fish along the Jordan River.
No, those are good points. And I think those tie in a little bit of the water quantity issue and also the population growth issue. And I think that's one thing that, you know, is a division, and this is something we could talk about with Blue Ribbon. It's, you know, confronting population growth, crowding in our fisheries, which is a big deterrent for people who don't like crowding, and how we're going to, you know, keep up with providing opportunities, keeping people satisfied in light of the fact that we're going to have to see additional crowding, because we don't just create additional fisheries. That's hard to do. We're kind of, for the most part, stuck with what we're stuck with, and people are going to have to accept additional crowding, or we're going to have to find ways to increase opportunities and spread people out across the landscape. Yeah, Jordan.
Wildfire.
Yeah.
So we have several on there that can actually be encompassed as like subcategories of just climate change, wildfire, water quality and quantity, among those.
I think in some realms we might see some temperature effects as well with climate change down the road. But I'm not sure that some of our lower elevation trout fisheries, I'm talking, you know, places that drain into the Salt Lake Valley, I don't know if those elevations are going to support trout fisheries into the future. Yeah, Craig.
Not access per se, but accessibility with changing reservoir elevation, an aging population, go down the list of all the, you know, seminal reasons why we need to address accessibility to our waters. That's one. We've got changing angler preferences from a species standpoint specifically, but in other arenas as well, that we continue to track as we do our statewide surveys at 5-year intervals. We have increased competition not only among our anglers, but between anglers and other users of aquatic resources out there. That is going to be probably one of the most problematic things that we're going to encounter here in the next 20 years when we have to start doing what other states have done, which is basically divide the pie, if you will, whether that be temporally or spatially, somehow segregate user groups.
Yeah, Chris Crockett.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Maybe just add something to what Jordan and other people have said. It's not just an aging population. It's changing demographics, or even if some of the demographics are steady, there's usually room for improvement. For example, if you have an aging population, then that really means you're also not recruiting young anglers, which obviously has its own implications down the road as well.
I think that's a good point.
While I'm talking, I might also throw in the idea within that of underrepresented groups. I think we all know that we're kind of biased towards old white guys. I can say that since I am one now. And obviously we'd like to expand and be more diverse and represent our constituents.
No, good points, Chris. So I changed this changing angler behavior one, that dead middle one there, to include, the behaviors that are changing, ethics that are changing, demographics that are changing, and maybe inclusion of these underrepresented groups. I'm going to delete that other one about aging population that really ties into those other things. Okay, anything else? Okay. Well, given that, it looks like we generated a list of...
Randy, if I could, underutilized waters, because we do have some underutilized waters that, in comparison to the population, I think of Utah Lake.
Yeah.
It's not a blue ribbon, but in terms of access to that lake, as especially with Utah County being the #1 growing county, that not necessarily blue ribbon, but certainly there are places that are underutilized, and that would be one that I would think about. Mona Reservoir is probably underutilized. There are some places that are, like Rich brought up, Jordan River. If we could do something there, that's an underutilized resource right there in the middle of the city.
No, those are all good points, Rex. And you kind of touched on earlier this Utah Lake Management Plan team that Chris Crockett's heading up, and that's part of that. There's a huge lake that's in a very populated area that probably has some angling opportunities we haven't tapped yet, and I think you'll see us try to tap those opportunities as a way to combat population growth. Like I said, we can't really create new reservoirs, but we've got reservoirs where we could probably improve fishing opportunities through access or how we manage those fisheries. Yeah, Craig.
Our ability as a division to produce, culture, stock the fish that we've been able to stock historically with the water situation, and our need to rely probably on natural recruitment in many more instances at places like Strawberry or places like Starvation Reservoir or whatever it is. We need to really harness our ability to maybe get natural recruitment to produce the fish for us.
No, that's a good point. I kind of lump that again under this climate change category, where declining hatchery water levels are going to have an impact on our ability to maybe produce fish. Or, I suppose maybe this ties into the natural recruitment end, but, as we see changing preferences and we see a warming climate, things like that, there's probably going to be increased management with warm water fish species, and we're not well geared as a state to produce those because we don't really have the water available to maybe construct hatcheries to raise a lot of bass and wiper and other things. We're looking at strategies for doing that, but it may force us to rely on other state suppliers and other things down the road. Yeah, Rex.
Well, just what with Craig, I thought about Trout Creek up at Strawberry is one of the best natural recruitment pieces we have, and there are things that we could do maybe with Chicken Creek to get it to improve and have a little bit get natural recruitment. Utah Lake, put some dikes out into the water so that we get some more spawning areas for the white bass or the walleyes or the catfish, and there may be some species that we could look at that might better utilize it. So I appreciated Craig bringing that up, because I do think there's maybe some places that we could spend some money and get better natural recruitment.
No, definitely. That's something we should be looking more into as a division down the road. And that's going to have some blue ribbon tie-ins to it. Anything else? Jay, I think that's all good stuff. What I kind of want to do is these changes are kind of the threats to Utah's fisheries. And I think these changes, these things we identified, could potentially be the genesis of kind of that next area that maybe Blue Ribbon wants to kind of focus on down the road, where Blue Ribbon could have that kind of proactive impact on fisheries down the road. What I see right now are 7 different things, and this might be a little clunky as we go through this, but I'd like to maybe go through kind of an activity to just rank these out. And I think probably the most efficient way to do this is I'm just going to read them off one at a time. And if you think that, let's say, you think this should be one of the top 2 things that we address in a particular topic, so one of the top 2, put your hand up. So you either put your hand up by using that little hand feature, kind of bottom center of your screen, or just raise your hand and I'll try to take a look at everyone. And then what I'll do is kind of take a tally of votes here, and then we can kind of rank them out. That sound fair? So I'm just going to kind of go order as you read. So the first one is climate change. So that kind of encompasses a lot of things like water quantity, quality, fire, temperature, accessibility as water levels drop, captured water levels, etc. So I see 10 hands for that. Pretty good vote. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Same thing, put your hands down. Whoops, there's actually more. I saw it go up to 14. So we'll go 14. Okay. Next one, population growth, and tied to that, increased privatization, increased property values, biological impacts because of increased harvest, for example, increasing population, providing opportunity for anglers across the landscape with increased population growth. Put your hand up if you think that's one of the top 2. I'll give it a second to kind of accumulate votes here.
Are you asking for us each to choose the top 2?
Yeah.
And
So
only vote for 2.
Only vote for 2. That's what I'm asking for. Okay. So that got up to, I think, 3 people is what I saw. Oh, I see a few more. Put your hands back up if you think it's there. Or Rex, are you voting or do you have a comment? Okay.
Voting.
Okay. I think that gets it up to, I think I saw 6 people. So I'm going to put 6 for that one. Okay, so put your hands down. We'll do it again. If you think it's in the top 2, put your hand up. So competition between anglers and other water users. That's the third one.
This is a comment, Randy. That's more in the mix with population growth, I think, rather than a subject.
I think you make a good point with that. So I'm going to lump it in.
Yeah, Randy, it's almost like we need one that just encapsulates decreasing accessibility and access, and that one kind of gets in there.
Okay. Do you think that's a new one we need to add, Chris? This decreasing accessibility and access? I like this blue color.
I think you probably captured it in that top middle one. I think that one will come out. It's just there's a lot of them that are revolve in some fashion around losing access, needing access, accessibility for older, younger, etc.
No, that sounds good, Chris. Yeah, and I think these things I put kind of in the change. Sorry, I keep going back and forth so I can see the screen and see votes and stuff. But I think these things that we put in the changes are going to probably, the lists are going to grow a little bit as we have more conversations down the road. Okay, so the third one we'll vote on, aging reservoirs. Again, it's in your top 2. Put your hand up. So I see 3 people for that. Up. Oh, hold on. Okay. Vote again. Keep your hands up until I give a tally here. That'll help me. Okay. I see 3 again. Okay. We'll move on from that one. Go ahead and put your hands down. Next one is changing angler behaviors, ethics, demographics, and kind of this inclusion of underrepresented groups. Put your hand up and keep your hand up if you think that's in your top two. Okay, I get 7 for that one. Okay, put your hands down. Next one, ESA petitions, and also kind of this sort of, I guess, the impacts it might have on native trout down the road. Okay, I'm not seeing any for that one. Okay, and the last one is both invasive species issues and kind of how that ties into, I think, diverse issues, not just like quad and zebra mussels, but also things like invasive trout species and native trout restoration in the state. Okay, I see 4 for that one. Okay, so I'm going to go back, maybe 5. TJ put his hand up there. Okay, so I'm going to go back. I'm just going to kind of rank these out here. So the top ranked one was this climate change related one. Number 2 was, I keep my order here, this changing angler behaviors. Number 3 is right there. Number 4, 5 is aging reservoirs, and 6 was the ESA petitions, if I tally things up. So I don't know as a council whether we want to take on all these things. I mean, that's quite the ambitious list, but I think what we do see is particularly this climate change issue was by far and away the number 1 ranked issue. That one received 14 votes out of everyone, which probably represents the vast majority of the group, using 1 of their 2 votes on climate change. Number 2 was this changing angler behaviors, ethics, demographics, and this inclusion of underrepresented groups. That got 7 votes, so I got half as many votes as climate change, but still, it showed up pretty well. I think we don't need to get there today, but I think this really does show that this climate change issue is something that we need to consider as a council down the road. And we probably need to have some discussions at some point through this planning process, whether we want to tackle all these, or I think that's probably too ambitious, coming up with kind of that cutoff of what might be kind of the purview of the council moving forward. Yeah, Trina, I see your hand up.
So, I mean, obviously it's clear that is the most important thing, right, that we're dealing with. And it trickles down to all aspects of life. In terms of what this council can do, though, and that wasn't part of the questioning, I just wonder, if you want to try to tackle something that the council maybe could make a difference with, then maybe that first one, that one that everyone says is most important, maybe that's not the one to tackle unless it's just advocacy and education and letting people know what these sorts of things mean for fish. I really don't know what else the council could do, so just wanted to mention that probably should be included maybe is in part of the discussion.
I think that's a good point. And then I think Trina, maybe that starts diving to some extent as we develop objectives and strategies, how far we're going to go into this. Obviously, as a council, we're not going to solve climate change, but there's some aspects to it, like angler accessibility as water levels decline in reservoirs, that we might be able to, have some interest in maybe looking into projects, dedicating funding, that kind of thing, towards helping maintain that accessibility in light of what's going on. That's one example of something we can do. Okay, I see several hands came up. I think versus like Chris Crockett, yeah, that's probably a good point. Maybe that's what we could think about. He put in the comments that you could put the climate change drought topic to something like building resilient habitats. It's probably a great suggestion, Chris. And I'll go ahead and change that wording here in a second. But I think in terms of hands, I want to say Jordan was first and then Drew.
I can put my hand down. Chris got what I was getting at. I was going to just differ with Trina and say climate change is the number 1 thing that we can do something about. Funding habitat, funding water, funding, that kind of stuff. So moving on.
Thanks, Jordan. Yeah, Drew.
Yeah, I was going to respond to Trina's comment. One of the lessons I learned probably too late in life is that if you worry about how difficult something is before you actually get to the planning process, you're doomed to fail and come out with a lesser product that doesn't address the priorities. I'd say if water's an issue and it's voted number one, then we worry about how to tackle it during the planning process and not discount it because we think we can't.
No, good points. Yeah, Clint.
So my thought was where I think that the benefit for Blue Ribbon comes from is I look at the Weber and we have a couple of places, one where we have no water right now that comes out of the reservoir below Echo and pretty low flows below Rockport. I see that as you guys are out and about and you're fishing and talking to whoever you're out there with, is, you know, that your advocacy, and I think that was a word that was used, that becomes super important on our side. We would greatly desire to have more water, but it is a difficult situation. It's just not impossible, but we need to have some avenues and we need to have some voices. And as a biologist, that's kind of where I'm, you know, looking for more guys and ladies to, you know, step up to the plate and advocate for some of these places to get some additional funding and maybe purchase a couple water rights or some shares or something that we can call on during the wintertime. That's kind of what I would say for water. And I know I'm looking in a very small little, you know, glass fish tank, but that's the world that I live in right now. I look at some little things. I'm not seeing everything across the state, but just as a point of interest anyways.
No, I think those are good points, Clint. And as we kind of dive into some of the strategy level stuff when we get into the plan, which we're not going to get that far into this today, but if we're going to have, you know, this kind of idea of building resilient habitats in our mindset, you know, I think we need to, as a council, think of the little kind of angles, the corners that we can take as a council that would be beneficial for our anglers. So, you know, you brought up, you know, kind of an advocacy route on the fact that we need water in some of these sections. You know, potential to purchase water rights if they become available could be valuable. Outreach kind of things, angler access kind of things. Those are those kind of corners of maybe this kind of climate change realm that we could pick at a little bit of the council, and we could get into that later. I think Chris, you had your hand up there. Looks like you put it down, maybe.
Yeah, I think you guys covered it. I know we're getting in the weeds a little bit, Randy. I was just trying to flip it into a slightly different light. You know, some people get uncomfortable when you talk about climate change, but really what we're all saying is, you know, for good or for bad, things are changing or already not good to begin with. So we need to do everything we can to make sure that our current habitats continue to support a good fishery and good access. So just wanted to go on record that I wasn't discounting climate change, just trying to say it in a slightly different light.
No, I know where you're coming from, Chris. And I think that's a good suggestion, a good way to frame it moving forward. Okay. So what I would like to do now is maybe actually crack the door open on this planning process a little bit. We've got about 20 minutes left. We're not going to get very far into this, but I can at least introduce kind of the topic. We can maybe get a piece or two pieces kind of knocked out here before we call it quits today. And then my intent is the next meeting, we'll just kind of pick up where we start and keep going. So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen here. Okay, so everyone should see a document that comes up. What I'd like to go down the route of is developing kind of some goals, objectives, and strategies for Blue Ribbon kind of moving forward. I think probably today, maybe all we're going to do is maybe talk about our overarching goal, and maybe we get an objective or maybe two objectives down. What I'd really like to do is maybe, you know, today, not fully flush things out, but maybe get some ideas kind of on paper, and then I could work in the interim before the next meeting to fully wordsmith things as we kind of go through this process and put it out for review. But if I've got a good set of words and topics that we would like to include in whatever goals, objective strategies we come up with, I think it gives me a place to start. What I kind of want to do though is just introduce this just briefly and what we're kind of talking about, you know, the difference between goals, objectives, and strategy. So a goal is kind of this qualitative, high-level description of the outcome that we would like to accomplish. So it's usually a sentence, 2 sentences, probably sounds pie in the sky kind of thing. It doesn't really tell you how we're going to address things. It just kind of maybe creates a vision of what we would like to accomplish. So I threw an example. I'm not saying this is a very good example, but you know, this maybe is kind of the idea of a statement that we're talking about. We can throw this out, we can build off this, etc. But the example I put is the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council provide the division advice on how to manage access, amenities, and habitat for the benefit of Utah's anglers. The council will also identify the best fisheries and will collaborate with the division on educating the public about fishing and issues that affect fishing in the state. Again, you know, that's it. That's pretty high level. It doesn't get into any specifics or anything like that. But what I would like to maybe discuss is, does this kind of hit on the elements that we think we would want as a goal for the Blue Ribbon program moving forward? Or, you know, do we want to can this? Are there other things that should be included in such a statement? Again, I'm not that interested in wordsmithing it today. I just want to know the elements that need to be in a statement, and we're kind of collectively add wordsmithing it down the road. That makes sense, everyone, what we're trying to do? Got quiet there, so.
Randy, I think that's we're coming up with this before. This fits in with that first, you know, whole things are changing and getting more access. I was thinking about that first goal and wondering if maybe we ought to educate folks a little bit on just exactly how much stream we have and lakes and stuff in the whole state, because as we have people move in, and we're getting a lot of people moving in, they may not be aware of how limited the water is here already, and it's probably not going to increase. So I just something maybe that would get some education to the public that, folks, this is what we have in this state. You know, we're Upper Sonoran Desert, and I think what you've got here, just add a little bit more so we get some education to people that you know, this is a limited resource, and it's going to get more limited. You know, we really need to take care of it.
Something, depending on what you're talking about, Rex, that I'll look as an element that I can add into this to kind of flesh this statement out a little bit more. I think also we probably want to add kind of both this, we're trying to accomplish things for the benefit of fisheries today, but also we're looking into the future, not kind of a future focus into this. Okay, I saw somebody put their hand up. Go for it.
Hey, Randy, this is Chris. Apologies, my connection got a little bad there, so apologies if you said this. Do you plan on having a subgroup to take some of these suggestions we're capturing now and try to, you know, provide like an example document to guide further conversation on these?
I think my intent, Chris, and we can talk about whether this is the right approach or not the right approach to this, but honestly spend the next few meetings trying to flush this out as a group. But notion would be that I would probably spend some time taking the feedback that's provided during these meetings and taking a stab at kind of flushing things out, like providing a more flushed out and refined goal statement that could be reviewed by the council ahead of the next meeting. So we're kind of doing both at once. You know, I'm tackling some of the things on the sideline, but everyone is kind of reviewing things. So we're making some progress.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Drew.
Yeah, because of it looks like there's a number of departures from the charter, the governor's order on blue ribbon fisheries. And we're talking about future needs and desires. I think that, you know, one of the goals should be before we even get to goals, would be to go back as blue ribbon fisheries members and review that governor's order. And I would like an opinion on whether we should amend that governor's order together as a group to be able to pivot more easily into priorities as we move forward. And it's just a thought, and if they say no, we don't want to do that, then that's fine. But I feel like we're limited on how far we can remove ourselves from what's in place already because of that order.
Yeah, no, those are good points, Drew. So are you suggesting we approach the director's office about it, which is something we've already kind of done, or spend some time as a council asking ourselves, can we do this without deviating, or do we need to deviate?
I would like to have the council universally, both past and present, really think critically about the conversations we've had today, and as a group, make a recommendation to us as to whether they see, the charge that was there and put in place in 2001, if that's good enough, or do we need to amend it to be more nimble and address priorities as they emerge more easily?
Randy, if I might.
Yeah, go for it, Rex, and I'll circle back to what Drew said.
Drew, I think, Drew, in the mission statement, a blue ribbon quality public angling experience for purpose of preserving and enhancing these economically valuable natural resources, that pretty well covers everything that we brought up here. I've been rereading this handbook since Randy sent out the survey, and I believe we're pretty well covered, Drew, on being able to do that and still be well within the bounds that was originally set up. Now, yeah, I could be wrong, but I really think that we're okay. Nothing we brought up so far, I've been trying to get better at the handbook, and I think that we're okay.
I think what I'm going to suggest is we're starting to run out of time here. I think Drew brought up an excellent point, and that's a very good suggestion. I think maybe what we should consider is spending the next month, people looking at the executive order, which I can send out, and the handbook, which the handbook kind of lays out a goal already and basically some objectives. Looking at those, asking ourselves, are those still relevant or not relevant? And then we can maybe start the next meeting, kind of talking about, that. Do we need to change the executive order? Do we need to change the handbook? What do the changes look like to kind of get us where we think we need to be based on the conversations we've had today? Does that sound like maybe a fair route? At least starting there and seeing, are we starting from a good place, or what changes do we need to make that get us kind of where we want to go? Okay, I think Ross is next.
Randy, there was a question in the chat box I'd like to just address. It's by Mike Fisher. This is to the group. I just, there have been a number of discussions that are a departure, I think a pretty significant departure from what Blue Ribbon Fishery Council has done in the past, and different directions have been discussed. And we've had people, including myself, that probably talk too much. And we've had people that haven't talked at all. And, we're getting ready to engage in a number of discussions to move perhaps in a different direction. And I hesitate to do that without hearing from everybody.
Okay. So you want to, maybe we could go round robin. Your question, Drew, is basically maybe rephrase that. It's how do people think about this direction? Do you think what we've talked about today is the appropriate direction for Blue Ribbon down the road? Is that kind of characterized?
I think what I'd like to get out of people is, are there any items or issues or direction that we've discussed today that are troubling to any individual, so that we can have further discussions or know that those concerns are out there?
Okay. I think that's fair enough. So, given Drew's question, what I'm going to do is I think I'm just going to go down the list, basically alphabetically coming from the roster. And, if there's any concerns, anything that's troubling and came out of the discussion so far to you that raised red flags, this is your chance to kind of make it known so we can at least get that on record. So I'm going to start with Brian Anderson. So I'm going to probably call on everyone and just go down the roster here.
Yeah, no, I see nothing troubling so far. I mean, I've got definite opinions and input when we get into the weeds and details, but big picture, I'm good with the direction things are going.
Sounds good. I'm going to focus here on Blue Ribbon members, so I'll skip some of the division people. David Heunen.
Well, interesting conversation. First, my first thought right away is, why would that question even be asked? Is some of this content troubling? Why are we even asking that? Is there some premeditated motive in a direction we're going that question even needs to be asked?
Dave, I'll answer that before you move on. This council was created by anglers. There was enough trouble between anglers and the Division of Wildlife to move it before the governor to put it in place as is. And the anglers have to be okay with a change in direction before I feel comfortable changing direction. And this group is made up of those representatives. That's all.
I agree totally, Drew. And I just wonder about the change in direction. If somebody thinks they're trying to change the direction, if that's troubling to the rest of us, I guess is what I meant. But I don't, with our limited resources, obviously, along Trina's lines a little bit, we're not going to tackle climate change. And in doing any direction change we do, the mission statement needs to bear the full weight of any direction we take, is my opinion. And I think we're here to provide, what does it say in there? Quality public angling experiences. So whatever direction we go and however we spend the money, I think it's all about anglers. It's all about identifying blue ribbon water. And if climate change lowers reservoirs, we need to be maybe extending boat ramps or new boat docks, or I just don't know how. Climate change is a touchy subject because, Jordan said wildfires. Well, if you watch the news, 9 out of 10 wildfires are caused by humans. I think population is probably the greater problem, and the tax on all of our water. And our water is getting used more and more and more to where it looks like we don't have as much water. I think we have a lot of water. It's just getting, pulled in every direction. So I just think we need to concentrate on quality angling experiences for our fishermen in the state.
That was a good point. So I'm reading Chris Crockett's comment there. And, I think ultimately what we do come up with is going to be angler driven. It might not deviate much. We could discuss this more from the current goal, but, we might be having something like climate change or climate change impacts kind of on the back of our mind, maybe driving some projects we fund, some things like that we do down the road. Okay, next on the list is Jordan Nielsen. I think you're muted, Jordan.
Dang mute button. I think everything we've talked about is 100% pertinent to the council and to our purpose. I mean, if our mission statement is to identify, enhance, and protect blue ribbon waters, then we have to identify the threats and we have to address the threats. I think we've over-identified blue ribbon waters. And so then the thing is we need to enhance and protect the ones that we have. And, we've listed the threats. Let's focus on what we can do. Maybe we don't have enough money to solve climate change. I don't think anybody does, but we can make more resilient blue ribbon fisheries. So I have no issues with the direction we're going here. I like the strategic planning process. I think it's well overdue.
Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate those comments. Okay, Larry.
Yeah, I'll second what Jordan said. The mission statement to me clearly identifies this direction to, identify, enhance, and protect those utoro waters and their watersheds. I also, we can kind of lean on, the number 3 in the purpose, section D, provide legal protection. to those waters and above. So, the way I think fish are the canary of the coal mine. Says the fish go, so don't the humans go. If we don't have quality water, if we don't have fish in that water, then it impacts us in very negative ways.
Thanks, Larry. Hey, Mickey. I don't know if you're trying to talk, Mickey. You might be on mute. Okay, we can't hear you, Mickey, if you're talking. We'll circle back to you. Oh. Okay, next, Mike Fisher.
I agree with Jordan and Larry. My concern was only that if we step too far away from it, all the good that was been done, the funding might go away. So I'm totally good with moving forward with protecting waters.
Oh, good points. Thanks, Mike. Okay, I saw Mickey. You at least popped up on my screen. I don't know if it's working now.
Okay. No, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can.
Okay. So my thought was education. What I've seen in the last 45 years of working with people on the retail level is people take fish for granted now. They don't respect the resource. The younger people that are coming in now, especially the little, I call them little punk guides, because they're coming in and they think they own it and they rule it. And they're the ones that are making it bad for a lot of people that want to enjoy some of the different rivers. Then we've got a lot of people moving into the state that were maybe from out of the country and out of the state that had, the fishing was unlimited. We've got such a limited amount of water. How do we educate people that need to be educated and want to be educated, just to reach them?
No, all good points, Mickey. And I think certainly education is probably going to become an element of whatever we come up with here in the end. Okay, so I think the next on my list, and maybe the question is a little bit different, but we go to Ray Shelby. And I think the question here is, as a past member, how does this conversation make you feel? Do you feel supportive of us going down this route, or do you have any concerns?
Yeah, I'd like to see where the discussion goes. I mean, it's obvious that the workload of the council has changed over time, and not only that, but there was mention of adding too many waters to the Blue Ribbon. Well, I mean, there's a prospect going forward that they may be taking off a lot of waters of Blue Ribbon because of what's going on. I'm curious to see where the discussion goes, and I'm all over it. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Ray. Okay, next I've got Rex on the list.
Randy, I just don't see anything in the mission statement that we've gone away from today. Everything fits in. Mickey talking about angling and education. It says, quality public angling experience. Well, we can educate them more. That's still part of the mission statement, and it helps everybody else to have a better experience. So I still think we're within what the mission statement is for Blue Ribbon. And we can't solve climate change, but we can work with the government agencies, and we could do things with our funding to make angling access better and educate them better. So I think we're within the mission statement with everything we've come up with so far. I think the work, when you look at what Ray and some of the past council members, they were out finding the places, and now it's our responsibility to make sure we preserve them and get people that respect them, as far as I'm concerned.
Awesome. Thanks, Rex. Let's go. I know, Russ, you put your hand up. Is your hand still up? Maybe we'll go Russ and then we'll go Rich.
Yeah, sorry, Randy. I didn't know where you were in the list or whatever. But one thing I was gonna, I'll come back to that. The very first graph that you put up, and it had the quadrants and so forth. One of the thing that fell south, I think the farthest, had the lowest score, was collaboration, and that was from the staff. can I get a little bit more insight on what they're thinking on that? And because what I'm thinking is what can we do to help in that regard as far as collaboration? I just want to know what that is. So that's one thing there. I do like the direction that we're going, and I fully support it. When it comes to climate change, we perhaps should have a stronger voice. We have this outreach committee that could help anglers truly understand what the repercussions are of a changing climate to what they want to do and what they like to do. So education has been brought up numerous times, and but that I don't know if people really think about that. I don't think they take it seriously. It's interesting, I work for the Department of Defense, and I actually thought when climate change came out or was talked about a lot, that the Department of Defense would kind of, throw it off to the side. Instead, the Department of Defense has embraced it. And how they've embraced it is, what do we do to adapt to the changing conditions? We know we don't have, as Blue Ribbon to change, what's going on, climate change. It takes a much bigger and broader group to really, make change. But how do we embrace it? Adapt to it, not embrace it. That's the wrong word, but how do we adapt to it? So anyway, those are just comments I had, but I'd really like to hear, going back to my first thing, collaboration and how we can help.
Yeah, I'll kind of touch on this, and maybe Drew and Greg could fill in if I'm missing anything here. But I think the actual wording, I abbreviated collaboration, but it's something along the lines coming from the handbook of, provide advocacy to public agencies and private entities or something to that effect. I think that the general premise of it that, I think we're looking at from a division perspective that we could maybe use some additional help with down the road is, as a group, Blue Ribbon represents a group of anglers, and oftentimes when we're advocating for a project from the division perspective, we don't have a group of anglers maybe step to the plate and say this project would be a valuable project in front of county commissioners or, a private entity when we're trying to pitch some kind of idea. And, having a little bit more of that, Blue Ribbon as a council coming forward through letter writing or showing up at meetings or something like that, kind of standing up for a project and, saying, yes, the Blue Ribbon Council has looked at this. We think this project would be valuable for our anglers to stay. I think kind of the main aspect of what we're looking for there.
Yeah, I'll add to that just a bit, Russ, and this is for the entire group, and I'm sure it's not new, but as we all know, there's a number of counties in Utah where you're not really welcome as a person from Salt Lake. And we have members of this council that are, specifically picked to represent, that group of people. And they can do a hell of a lot better job at talking to other people from that area than we can. And that from our staff, that was one of the things that just doesn't seem to be occurring enough. Maybe it never can either. So, but we could sure make an effort.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you are aware. I know some of you are, about the struggles we had with the branding for the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council back in the day, before it was just a Word document, bold printed word, Blue Ribbon Fisheries. We actually didn't have a logo, and we spent years trying to get one. And one of the bargaining chips that we had to put forward to get that logo approved by the division director at the time was the inclusion of the division as part of the logo. So if you'll notice on the logo, there's a Division of Wildlife Resources portion of the logo, in addition to the Blue Ribbon moniker itself. And it seems silly to talk about it, but what it was pointing out is the fact that you all, as council members, are actually quasi-division employees, if you will. You're acting on the part of the Division of Wildlife Resources as co-managers on two sides of the street. You're helping us and advising us as to what needs to be done at Blue Ribbon Waters throughout the state or at fisheries throughout the state. But you're also in partnership with the regional managers, and this is kind of what was envisioned at the time, in partnership with the regional managers going out and interacting with other stakeholders and getting the support we need. And I think this gets at kind of Mickey's point earlier, except maybe at a broader stakeholder level, getting the support we're going to need to address these challenges moving forward and defend, quote unquote, fisheries against the competing needs for water in the state of Utah, as an example of one threat that we're facing. So that to me is the two portions of the collaboration that we're looking for. We're really looking for you to provide us with insight as far as where our direction needs to go to validate or truth what we're looking to do, but also assist us and kind of be a value-added force multiplier, if you will, on the ground to get us the local buy-in where maybe a person wearing a brown hat with a division logo won't have the same effect that somebody that is average Joe angler from wherever Utah speaks up on behalf of the division. So that's kind of where we're at, I think.
Yeah, no, good points, both Craig and Drew. I'm glad you brought those up. Yeah, Larry, see your hand up.
Yeah, I would be happy to go out, Craig and Drew, and I know that I'm a member of the High Country Fly Fishers. I talk to those guys every meeting up here in Summit County, but anytime you guys would like, myself personally, and I'm not going to speak for the rest of the council, to go out to any of these events, I'm happy to participate. I'm just an old retired guy, although I'm busy. But, you know, if we have talking points and that kind of thing, and I know the Blue Ribbon Waters Committee did a presentation for High Country 3 or 4 months back. So whatever the division needs, you know, I'm certainly happy to help. And just one last thought to share. I don't think you guys are, you know, maybe in some corners of the state have a bad, maybe some guys don't like you because you gave them a ticket one time. But, you know, generally, I think the DWR is well respected among those that I speak with, both in the fishing and the hunting community. And they think very highly of the division from an end user standpoint. So you know, having been an elected official, I totally understand, because the only ones you ever hear from are the ones that are kind of jerked off at you. So I'll just leave it at that.
Randy, you're muted.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my bad. Yeah, no, I was just kind of seconding what Drew said, his comment to Larry. We appreciate his insights on this and his offer to provide assistance if we need to in this kind of advocacy realm. Rex, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to thank Craig. I didn't know the history on the logo, Craig, and I appreciate that. You'd think after 5 years I'd know that, and I didn't. So I really appreciate that background and history. And I'll back up Larry. I'll be more than happy. I can't speak for anybody else, but I guess I know I'd be more than willing to go out and advocate for the division. One of the things that I think is one of the best parts of being on Blue Ribbon is getting to work with the quality of biologists that we get to work with. I am absolutely amazed sometimes at the dedication and just the things that they bring in. And I just, so you know, Craig, I got 3 college degrees, so it takes a bit to impress me. At least I hope it does. So I'm delighted to get to work with the folks that I get to work with. And sometimes when I see these projects come in, I'd love to be up to my ankles or knees. I'm too old to be up past my knees, but I'd sure like to be involved. So I appreciate it. Drew, we have outstanding biologists that we get to work with. I thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a bunch for those comments, and also, second that, thank you for your willingness to help with some of these issues. I think we've got 4 more members to kind of circle back around for that initial question is, are you supportive of this direction change that we talked about? We'll kind of go through those 4 people and I think put a bow on today's meeting and talk about kind of where we'll go from here. Hopefully we wrap this up here pretty soon. Okay, I think the next one we haven't touched on yet is Rich. Is that correct, Rich? I haven't called on you yet.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, can hear you.
All right. Apparently, I'm the newest member of the committee. I'll just state it flat out. I don't have a clue about what my role is or is going to be. I appreciate all the open comments today. I think that the Blue Ribbon Council, based on all the comments I've heard, needs some change of direction, needs some fresh ideas, needs some new blood. Personally, talking about climate change, I'd rather talk about we live in a desert that have mountains that collect water. What are we going to do with that water as the weather and the years cycle from really, really lush, overproduced snow to drought conditions that we've had in the last couple of years? I made a comment at a meeting a couple of months ago. Why aren't we proactively talking about digging out some of the silt that's in the reservoirs, like Echo, that have come in from maybe a fire up in the higher areas, maybe some bad farming practices down through the Colville Valley, with farmers letting their cows run through the pastures. There's a lot of things that we can do, I think, collectively as a group, with boat ramps. When the water level is down at Lake Powell and you can't launch a boat, well, in the public's interest, why didn't we plan, 10 years out, the next time it was really low water, why don't we dump a bunch of concrete and make some upgrades to the boat ramps? I mean, I could ramble on and on. I'll just keep it at that. My passion is native trout species, Upper Creek watershed. I think my position on the council is cold waters, but I'll be utilized anywhere that you see me fit. It's a pleasure serving with everybody. I think collectively on this Zoom call, I bet we have over 1,000 years worth of collective outdoor experience in hunting, in fishing, and in the passion of trying to do good for the environment. So let's keep talking about everything that we can do in the future. Let's start addressing the objectives and goals, what seems to be the priority, and let's just kick ass and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah, let's get it done. I appreciate your insight there. So you might be the newest member. I think tied for second newest, who maybe beats you by like a month, is next up. So Carrie.
Yeah, I appreciate the expertise and the knowledge of some that have expressed their feelings today. I really like the direction we're going. One of the thoughts that I've had is I think we do need to look at the past and look at the mission, the goal, the reason why we're here. But I think that the things that we're addressing are things that are coming about because of changes that have taken place since this all started. And I think we just need to wrap our heads around how we can improve and make our fisheries the best place for our fishermen to go and enjoy themselves. So I think we're headed in a good direction.
Awesome. Thanks for those insights, Terry. Okay, we'll go Carrie Ellsworth, then TJ will be last.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I think the mission statement, everything everyone has said, is the yellow brick road. on where it should go. It sounds really good. I agree with all that, getting new anglers out. I think something that Mickey said really is like the super spotlight. That education is like a really cool approach. I think I worked with him just for a bit, and just what I learned from him kind of put me to sleep. No joke, it's Mickey. But if Mickey or like there's a crew of people that could possibly just maybe have a seminar or something like what they did with the ice fishing seminar, just get people out to maybe just get some of these kind of like beginner questions like out of the way, just to get people educated, maybe a bit more confident, so when they're out they know what to do or how to handle a fish, or just fill in the blank. But I think that's a phenomenal idea, just to get a group of us together, maybe just hold a few seminars, because it's a huge learning curve to get involved with it. And if we have these powerhouses like y'all and there to help promote and to help answer questions, I think that's a really good thought there. I like that.
No, I appreciate that, Gary. Okay, last up is TJ.
I don't have any problem with the idea that an organization needs to redefine or re-examine where it's been and where it's going. But I'm just going to be the person with the negative aspect of comment. I don't want to become another environmental organization. I just don't see that as our goal, and I have no interest in being that. I'm interested in fisheries and how we can keep going that way in terms of improving our fisheries. Maybe we have to redefine them. I'm okay with that. But I just don't want to be, saying the same thing as the Sierra Club or some other group. I think our mission needs to be a little more focused. And so it's a caution. So as we redefine ourselves, we still stay within what this mission statement is and what's our objective in promoting and enhancing blue ribbon fisheries. And yeah, I understand there's lots of challenges, and there are going to be more, but that's my caution. That's my comment.
No, I think that's a good comment, TJ, and I think it's something to be mindful for as we go down this effort. Right? Keep our kind of unique niche of standing up for blue ribbon fisheries and angler kind of issues in the state versus becoming a more general kind of advocacy group. Yeah, Jordan, saw you put your hand up.
Just me being a little sensitive, but I just want to point out in TJ's comment that I work for an environmental organization, not an environmentalist organization. So we are an environmental organization. We're concerned with the environment. We're concerned with conservation, but we're not going to be like an extreme advocacy group. That's not our, we cater to the hook and bullet crowd. So.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. Okay, I see Dave put his hand up, and then we'll kind of wrap things up after Dave.
First of all, TJ, I just want to say I like your comments. And also, along with what Drew had to say and possibly what Larry had to say, the demographics are totally different in different areas of this state. And I don't know if a lot of you guys understand that. And maybe Drew was alluding to that. I mean, the county which I come from, we have commissioners that are trying to drain a waterfowl area. They're trying to kill every cow elk on the mountain. If you try to treat a lake to introduce new species, they fight you every bit of the way. So when you go down in these areas and say, well, look, we're doing this and this and this and this to the stream or the lake because of climate change, they're going to fight you every step of the way. So across the state, I mean, you members on the Wasatch Front probably don't understand what goes on in these rural areas. And maybe that's why in that information Randy presented at the first of this, some of our biologists were indicating we need a more diverse group. I don't know, but just a comment to let you know.
Hey, Dave, I wanted to thank you for, I knew you'd understand exactly what my comment was about, and I appreciated it. Thank you.
I was going to say thank you for that comment, Dave. That's an important thing to keep in mind. And I think as we move forward, we've got to make sure we keep, that kind of comment in perspective. It's going to probably factor into some of our approaches and things like that we take. Okay, so I'm going to propose that we wrap this conversation up. It's already 3:20. It's 20 minutes past when we said we would kind of wrap things up, but I think it has been an excellent conversation, and I appreciate everyone participating in this and everyone's insights in this. So I think what I'm going to kind of lay out is kind of propose next steps for this is some people have already kind of done this, but I think before the next meeting, the February meeting is on February 17th. Yet again, on February 17th, we're going to spend some time kind of continuing this conversation. I think what I would like people to do is look at the handbook, look at the objectives, the goals laid out in the handbook. Also look at the executive order and, just to get some assurance that the things that we're doing fall in line with the executive order, or whether we're going to need to amend that at all. I think those are kind of two baseline things that we need to look at. I'll send out the documents so everyone has that information. And then, from there, I think we can kind of look particularly at the objective level, goal level, if there's any changes that we want to make based off of, conversations today, any amendments that we need to make. And then from there, I think we can maybe start diving into specific actions that we could take as a council to help address some of those things. Does that sound reasonable to everyone? Again, we have at least one more meeting kind of going through this, and maybe another 2 meetings or 3 meetings before we kind of get this process done. But I think we're heading down the right path as we really crack the door open. Anybody else have anything to say before we close this out? Yeah, Natalie.
I haven't said anything all day, but that's because I've only been here half the day, so I apologize for that. But you just talked about potential action items. I want to introduce something that some of us know about and some others don't. This could be something that the Blue Ribbon Council members can pretty much act on anytime they hear about it or see it. The division has put together a water resource or water rights specialist group. We have one now in each of the 5 regions. Some of them are aquatic staff, some of them are habitat. The opportunities may arise while you guys are out and about talking to constituents, talking to irrigation company reps, anybody that's out there that might know anything about water rights. But the opportunity could arise where a water share becomes available, whether you see it in a newspaper, where you see it on a Facebook post. I just looked at the chart of water rights that the division actually owns, and it's not that many water rights, surprisingly. So this is you guys' opportunity to be able to pick something up and help us. And as a council, it may be an opportunity to where we can fund a portion of purchasing a water right. But we do have an in-house specialist, Eric Anderson, in the Salt Lake office. Now we have a person in each region that's supposed to be the on-the-ground person that can help kind of do some of this stuff. So I just wanted to quickly introduce that. I do happen to be the water rights specialist now for our region. And since I'm on the Blue Ribbon Council, if you guys hear of anything, you can pass that through me and I can pass it along to your representative in the region. But I just wanted to bring that up. So that is an action item that can be potentially action item at any point in time, because once a water right comes up, you have to act on it quickly. And Jordan probably can second that they're here and then they're gone. So we have very limited opportunities to try to jump on those.
No, thanks for that, Natalie. And what she just talked about piggybacked, we had Eric Edgley, Paul Thompson come to our meeting. I forgot, probably October, something like that, and talk about the division water plan. We're beginning to roll that out and enact it. And one of the first steps of that is to have a regional kind of water rights representative. And Natalie's filling that role for the Northeast region. Okay, anything else? Okay, I appreciate everyone's feedback. I think we had some excellent conversations today. I'll kind of send some of those follow-up materials, so the handbook and the executive order out. So those could be things to review ahead of the next meeting, and then I'll kind of work on getting an agenda together in terms of what this discussion would look like at the next meeting. But I envision us just building on this conversation and kind of getting to the point where we really maybe start laying out some actions and strategies that we can undertake as a council to kind of move forward on some of the things we discussed. Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for your time today. Appreciate it, and I'll see everyone here on February 17th.
Thank you all.